Well, good evening, everybody. Happy Tuesday. That's right. Tuesday is story time day. So we're here again for another evening of The Forge in the Forest. Starting into Chapter 10. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 are the last two chapters in the book. My plan is to get through them both tonight. In addition, as with the last time, we'll read the coda, we'll read the appendix. If I can make it, through it all, we'll see how how these chapters go. I think we'll be okay to do them all, but we'll wait and see. So, for a brief recap of what happened last time, let's start out with, if you guys want to, you can go to my YouTube channel and listen to any of the previous chapters. So I posted last week's chapter 9. Chapter 9, I believe, was the only one that we did last week as well. And as I was listening to it, I realized just how loud my air conditioner was in the background. You don't hear it when I'm not talking, but when I'm talking, the sound definitely comes through. So I am going to attempt tonight to do my reading with no AC and no fans, no any of that stuff in my office. Let's see how the evening goes. Because I want to post up and I want to put out there good content for people to listen to. And the sounds in the background are just a little bit much for what came through. So I'm going to try tonight. We're going to see how we can go. That may also impact whether I make it into chapter 11 and finish the book or not, or whether that ends up having to wait another week. We're in a heat advisory here in New England. It's rather warm. Having the computer in here with me basically puts a heater in the office. So we'll see what we can do. We'll see how the evening goes. One of my future wish list purchases is to get a mini split into the house, at very least up into my office, my bedroom, the upstairs bedrooms and stuff like that. And so, as you know, 50% of all revenue that comes into my channel goes back out to Project New Hope to support them. Some of that revenue is also going to support me being a little bit more comfortable in my studio. So if you guys have not and you're interested and would be willing to do so, like, subscribe, share, follow, do all of those things that help me grow the channel. Growing the channel helps me to earn a little bit more money. Earn a little bit more money helps me to put in some of the things that make life more bearable to do this. Gotta love summer in New England. But let's talk a little bit about what happened last week. So the chapter had started with our heroes had made it outside of Morven. And I think it was Kermorven, the city. And they listened to the powers talking, the Raven and Lohi. And then they basically, once the sun came up, they fled the ice. They were able to get off of the ice, and they have been traveling to try to get to the city on the coast. They could see old signs of old Duergar in part of what they went through. They traveled for a while, and it was more of an adventuring chapter on that one. And they made it to where they could see the city, this massive city. We have Kerbrahine, which is a city that they had come from, that they had built in the west. Well, this city that they were looking at, don't remember the name of it right now, um, was much bigger than Kerberheim was. So they were, planning on making their way that way. They could see the city. They were going to move on in and check everything out. And they were captured by the Eqwesh, which the Eqwesh is the civilization that was harassing the peoples of the West. And now here they are in the East. We don't know how. We don't know why. But we're going to find out. So sit back, everybody. Relax. Prepare to enjoy. Again, if you have not, I would love it if you could go out there and, like my channels, subscribe to my channels, do all of that stuff. If you have not, subscribed to the YouTube channel, it's free. You can just go out there and hit the button. I put my link up there, youtube.com/@SirArminius. If you haven't followed my Twitch channel, how'd you even know I was on tonight? Give a follow there. And then if you so feel inclined, subscribers are always nice. Helps me to continue to grow my channel, grow my brand, and to bring you guys more content. So, sit back, everybody, relax, prepare to enjoy, as we'll start into Chapter 10. Chapter 10, The Flames Mount. The travelers were driven along at a brisk trot, too dazed at first to take in what was happening. Elof could hardly make sense of it. It had come about with the suddenness and utter unreality of nightmare. The Eqwesh had barely conquered half the West, and that chiefly by their overwhelming strength upon the sea. How could they have reached the East? How could they have overcome so massive a burg, so much greater than Kerberheim, without leaving any scars of siege and strife? For a moment, he wondered crazily if time in the forest had deceived them more thoroughly than they thought, and decades, even centuries, had passed during their few brief months there. But that he could not credit. In his bewilderment, he stumbled, and at once felt a sharp sting in his back. A trickle of warm blood ran down beneath his tunic. The pain jerked him back to cold awareness of the immediate danger. He was being goaded along as once he had goaded cattle, and to much the same end, perhaps. He smiled thinly to himself. Once, he had refused life as an Eqwesh thrall, knowing it might lead only to being ritually slaughtered and eaten. What else could he expect now? But the time between had been worth it, come what may. And if he could not hope to find Kara, what else was there for him? It was for his friends he was most anxious. If he had managed to slay one of the ambushers, as at Kermorven, might it have tipped the balance, given them a chance to fight? No, there were too many, too well armed, and there was also the net. A fight would have earned them nothing but the finality of a quicker death. He was not ready to embrace that yet. While he breathed, he must hope, and be alert for any careless move by his foes, any chance the others might take. He risked a glance at Kermorven, and was dismayed. The tall man also walked as if in a dream, his hands bound at his back, torn and bloody from the net. Rock was behind him, out of sight, but Elof could just see Ilse at the corner of his eye. She too was bound, and rage boiled up in him at the grinning Eqwesh who drove her along, for every so often he would crack the rope's end across her broad thigh. When he tired of that, he began to rummage in one of their packs that he was carrying. Elof's heart sank at the thought of all they might find in his, and what Kermorven's held. But then the young chieftain turned, barking a command that wiped the grin from the warrior's face, and hit him a ringing blow on the arm with his white baton, another on the ear when he answered sullenly, The warrior cringed, muttered something in their guttural tongue, and let go of the pack. Kermorven laughed coldly. Stiff discipline, if naught else. Booty goes untouched to the chieftains for due division, is that not so? His neck rope was jerked, and he fell silent. The reproved warrior subsided into sullenness, and then, to Elof's horror, he began to work out his anger in a crueler game. Every so often he would jerk Ilsa's rope so that she stumbled back against the blade in his hand. She did not cry out, only caught her breath and bit her lip, but within a few minutes the back of her jerkin was cut and bloody. Elof was ready to kick out at him, whatever the cost, when the chieftain looked around again and growled a few words. The warrior swallowed and passed her rope to another. "What's this, then?" jeered Rock. "Manners among the man-eaters?" "You mistake him," said Kermorven dryly, ignoring the tugs on the rope. "It is not we who concern him, but discipline. Now is not the time for such games. Also—" He fell silent suddenly, but his blue-gray eyes flashed a look of startling intensity to the others. Elof gave a curt nod of understanding. The same thought had occurred to him. He had assumed they were being kept alive as thralls, but it looked very much as if there was some command to deliver them unharmed, perhaps to be questioned. The flick of a rope would not matter, but a stray stab might go too deep, or loss of blood weaken. The reluctance to slay might prove a valuable weakness, should some chance of escape appear. But none did. The vigilance was unwavering, the pace unrelenting, rope and blade ready to punish the slightest hesitation or stumble. And stumble they did, weary and dismayed in the growing twilight. After what seemed like a limping eternity, there came a harsh command, and the company halted so suddenly that the captives were caught by their ropes. Elof fell to his knees and was driven aside with blows and kicks. Looking up, he saw the outer walls of the city looming in the darkening sky ahead, startlingly near. The Eqwesh had set a murderous pace. Yet now they were squatting by the roadside, talking softly among themselves, as if waiting for something. He raised tired eyes to the city, and saw that the road they had taken led to an arch in the wall, a small side gate compared to those he had seen from afar. There they waited while darkness advanced and the first stars appeared. He was surprised how few lights showed above the walls. Even in the palace, only a few windows glowed. When the last daylight was gone, the chieftain sprang up, and the weary prisoners were hauled to their feet and herded down towards the darkened gate. Ahead they heard a booming blow, a curt exchange of words, and the creak of a port opening. Torchlight glowed on the red-brown skins, set fire in the dark eyes that surrounded the travelers, fierce and pitiless. Elof felt that there was something out of the ordinary about these men. They were as hard as any Eqwesh he had ever seen, but they seemed quieter, more formidable, than the yelling clansmen of the raider ships or that first ambush in the west. Also, few save some with chieftain's markings were young. These were picked men, veterans, something else also. It came to him as he and the others were bundled through the little port and into a darkened and empty street, flanked by featureless silhouettes of tall buildings. The inner calm of these Eqwesh was the calm of fanaticism. Old warriors, young leaders. That fitted both only too well. It reminded him of the master smith. More Eqwesh formed up around them now, a whole column, and at the chieftain's word the ropes were jerked violently. The travelers found themselves dragged forward now over a road of smooth cobbles, and swiftly. Around them their guards broke into a trot, but Elof quickly realized they were more concerned with watching the sides of the street than the captives. Sweat stung his eyes, and he could make out no more than the high walls and looming shapes, dark against darkness. Suddenly the column swerved sharply, sandals slapping on the cobbles, and turned off the broad street into a bewildering succession of winding lanes and alleys. They were dark, without even a spill from lit windows. One or two Eqwesh slipped on loose stones and fell cursing while the runners poured over them. With the stupidity of fatigue, Elof wondered why they did not carry link lights. Could it be that they did not want to be seen? Or was it him and the others they wished to conceal? But from whom? And why? The moon came out from behind the clouds then, and by its light Elof looked his first upon the face of the city. The lane they ran in was bounded by two tall buildings, joined by a curious arched bridge, roofed in and windowed. Beyond these ran walls of some light stone, only a head or so higher than a man, topped by spikes that seemed more decorative than effective, and broken by many arches and gates. Behind these walls on either side rose remarkable buildings of the same stone, with between them spaces of what seemed to be greenery and garden, with trees that were tall and fair. One edifice rose to their right, many times higher than the wall, arched windows, very tall, and graceful with leaded panes, filled its frontage from the wall to the roof, and atop the great bay in the center, a carved eagle spread its weather-stained wings. Opposite it, almost against the wall, stood a lower building with many small windows between which ran bands of carving, startling and very skillful images of animals and flowers, mingled with grotesque human caricatures. Harried as he was, he strove to take it in. Its sheer exuberance captivated him. It was civilized craft, worlds away from the grim vitality of the black and white Eqwesh emblems. Yet it seemed quite recent, clean-edged and unweathered. His suspicions were confirmed. If this city did now belong to the Sea Raiders, it had not done so for long. After many turns, the lane broadened and opened into a wide thoroughfare, its skyline jagged with buildings of many shapes, from tall towers to wide halls and lower houses, yet as a whole fair and well-proportioned. Across this the column hurried, and there the moonlight showed a grimmer truth. From a stout link bracket upon a house wall, a corpse dangled by a rope round its neck. It was not garbed as an Eqwesh, but no more could be said. It had been there some days by the look of it, and the taint in the air. Atop the bracket, perched on one leg in glutted sleep, sat a fat gray gull. Elof found his own horror and anger mirrored in the faces of his friends, but the Eqwesh paid no heed to the sound, and bundled them up a narrow alley beside an inn. All through the city they climbed thus, a long and weary way worsened by the devious routes. Long before they reached their destination, not far short of the middle hour of night, Elof had guessed it would be the palace. For all its darkened stone, it seemed a fair and noble building, with warm light from within to gild gallery and buttress. It put him less in mind of Kerbrahine than of the halls of summer, its grandeur more graceful than proud. But he was left little time to look. There were many Eqwesh on guard, and the arrival of the column started them stirring like ants. The chieftain wasted little time on words. In moments a side door creaked open, and the travelers were dragged into the smoky red light within. Stairs led downward, worn and winding, low-roofed and echoing. Kermorven and the tall Eqwesh stood alike in danger here, and, in fact, as they turned into a level tunnel, the chieftain managed to strike his head a heavy blow on a keystone. But he saw his captives hurried down and through a stout wooden door into a dark cellar, and he stood over them, cursing softly and flicking blood from his eyes, while they were unbound and thrust down at spear's point against the cool wall. Then stout manacles were fastened on them at wrist and ankle, and through these they were chained to wall rings at their backs, so tightly they could barely stir. The chieftain stayed long enough to test the fastenings and order Elof's tightened. Then he swept out, and all the rest in his wake, taking all the torches. The door slammed, a key grated in the lock. Blackness and silence settled upon them. None spoke, none stirred, for they felt stifled. The nightmare was made absolute. But at length Kermorven moved. They heard the clink of his ankle chain. "What has happened?" he asked in a low voice, dull and uncomprehending. "Karis, what has happened?" None of the others answered. They had been about to ask him the same. "They hurried us here after dark," Elof mused, "as if they did not want us seen." Then suddenly the words stuck in his throat. Very slowly, very quietly, the key was turning once more in the lock. It drew back, and for an endless moment silence fell again. Then, very cautiously, the door was pushed open a crack, and a feeble glint of yellow light shone in. Above it a face appeared, and Elof choked. It seemed deathly, spectral, floating in darkness like one of the faces of Dorgal Arlanen, dust whitened to a semblance of life. He saw with a shiver that it had their look indeed, of strong bones beneath stretched skin, sunken at cheek and temple, crowned with wisps of colorless hair. But as it glided closer, he saw that the hair was thick and silvery, the nose firm and straight, the lips thin, but with a trace of color in them. Dim blue eyes shone in the sockets. Yet still it might have been one of those faces living, or some other he could not place. It was a very old face, yet noble and fair, with the fragile grace of age. In youth it must have been handsome as Kermorven. It did not mirror him as Corentin had. The likeness was of caste alone, but strong, not least in the glitter of cold vitality that rose in those eyes as the light fell upon Elof. He strove to return the old man's gaze, but it was not an easy face to look upon, grown to age and aged by suffering. The voice bore witness to both. "Will you say, sirs, who are you?" The voice was fair, the speech was southern, strangely inflected, but as clear as any Kerberheim, save that it trembled. Instinctively, Elof waited for Kermorven to answer. "Wayfarers from the west," he said at last, "from the western shores, that men of Morven settled after its fall." It was a sound of understanding, yet almost a gasp of pain. "How can this be? We did not know that the West had come to anything, and it is a fantastic, a terrible distance to have journeyed." "We knew no more of the East," said Kermorven quietly, "and it was indeed terrible, and cost many lives. But most terrible of all is its ending. What has happened here, that these barbarians who menace us also hold this city?" The face turned away sharply. "So they hold the West also. Then perish what ye awakened." "They've not got it yet," growled Rock. "Those you speak to had some say in that. Even myself. Sent 'em running with their shirts on fire." Then hope lives, said the old man urgently, and then grew flustered. But have you need of meat or drink? I have brought you what I could, poor as it is. I have no better myself. This is kindness indeed, said Elof fervently, for his tongue was swelling with thirst. But can you free our hands to eat, good gaoler? No, good sir, for I am no gaoler, not even a turnkey. Only for the most menial tasks of a prison am I tolerated. They do not trust me with any keys save the doors, and rightly so. For a moment, metal rang in the tired voice. You are a northerner by your speech. It is good to know they thrive in the West also. I must feed you. Do you forgive me if I am clumsy? My sight fades fast. But hearken, if you will, to the tally of our woes. His hand, long and strong as Kermorvan's, raised a flask to Elof's mouth. Watered wine, cool and fresh, flowed against his lips, and he gulped gratefully. Where did they begin? They have many beginnings, as long past as the fall of Morven, perhaps, and the deaths in its defence of king and prince both, Karen and Corentin. Kermorvan seemed to choke on the wine, as it might have been. Morvanec they had committed to the care of Caroen, the Lord Warden, their cousin, and when the last fugitives fled across the mountains with the sad news, the people took him and his line as their lord. And worthy lords they were, for the most part, being of the line of Kermorvan. Only in its fiercest fires they lacked, perhaps, and many thought that no bad thing. Once it was clear that the mountains and the climb held the ice well at bay, they became more concerned to build new life and prosperity for Morvanec, which had languished so long in the shade of Morvan. And that they found, and enjoyed through many long lifetimes, content for the most part to settle their own immediate problems and forget the past. A bitter note in the old man's voice awoke an echo. So also it was with us, said Kermorvan fiercely. But go on. How long did it last, this complacency? Till the days of my age, said the old man bleakly. And I lived as complacent as any, but I had died so, and rotted in illusion still. About 4 years past it was that plague that came. If plague it was, some say our wells were poisoned, though they cannot tell who might have done such a thing. Then, in one swift summer, a full 2/3 parts of our folk perished, and those left alive were hard put even to burn their bodies. My family perished, children and close kin, yet I hold it a worse evil that our Lord Corin died, and his lady without issue, and left us lordless. Had he no brothers? Asked Rock, champing at the scraps of bread and meat he was being fed. All too many, and some of them not the worthiest stamp. They declared their rivalry, and somehow strife and riot broke out around them. Though to do them credit, they none of them fostered it, yet it followed them. Lesser men gained influence over the crowds, and one most of all, a roving merchant from our lesser towns, as he claimed to be. I doubt that now, for he brought with him as servants many brown-skinned men from lands far southward, as he said, and hired them out to help us, in town and field. They were hard and tireless workers, and a great assistance to us. We grew used to seeing them, and could not tell how many there were in the city. Then, only last spring, this merchant returned from some voyage. And that same night these servants cast off their guises, and took up arms and armour they had concealed, and fell upon the few guards at our gates. Others hastened down out of the wild lands to the north, and were given entry. Our other towns they took in like manner, but with ships they stole from our harbour. Many wished to fight them, I, even I, but we were leaderless and weakened, and from the first they acted as unquestioned conquerors, as if resistance were unthinkable. That counted for much. In a week, our whole land was overrun, and for more than a year now we have borne their heavy yoke. We labour 10 times harder for them than ever they for us. Kermorven looked at the old man. Even to serving as their gaoler? Aye, even so, in cellars that once held no worse than good wine, and where I was chamberlain and master. Resistance of any kind, even slight and passive, they quell at once and brutally. If you have fought them, you must know the cruelty that is in them, how little of good save in bravery and order, and what manner of evil they practice as worship in kin right. That men could sink to such horrors I never dreamed. Their hearts were as dark as their skins. They are a people corrupted, said Elof quietly. But the skin is no mark of that. Many such have mingled with the old northern kindred, and have suffered as cruelly from the Ekwesh, and hate them as bitterly as you do. The old man offered Il's bread with elaborate grace and sighed. I am sorry for them, but it restores my faith in humanity. I could almost have thought we dealt with some other breed, as legendary as the Duergar. Il snorted, and her eyes took on an evil glint, her voice sardonic menace. Beware, lest a legend snaps off your finger ends, old human. The old man gasped, and peered at her so closely their noses almost touched. Or you then, he stammered, and then smiled in sheer wonder. Oh, my lady, forgive me. I did not mean to match the elder folk with these brutes, save as being reputed as far above common man as they are below. Still less did I expect ever to meet one of them. Would that you had graced our city in happier circumstances. Ills blossomed, but Kermorven cut urgently across her reply. Sir, you say the Ekwesh have lingered here a year. Why? Have they brought in their families and thralls to settle as is their practice? The old man shook his head. No, that they have not. And they waste the city as if they do not mean to stay, herding in the country folk, and letting the fields go untended while they waste our store. We have wondered what is their purpose. Almost it might seem they were waiting, though who can say for sure? For what? This merchant, put in Elof, what is he doing? He is not one of them, you say, yet he rules them? Why, he does. Him or his woman. His woman? Women. I have seen them. One has dealt with him since his first appearance here, and departed on his voyages with him. The other, I cannot say. But they do not carry themselves like wife or daughter, either of them. The chill at Elof's back was deeper than chain or cold wall could set in him, and he shuddered in apprehension. Yet it had to be asked. Are they? Is one tall, blue-eyed, very fair of hair and skin, and the other not quite so tall and very slender, with dark locks cut close? These are they indeed, burst out the old man. But how come you to? Ah, they have been in the West also. And this merchant, what of him? Has he a name? Oi, for what right to it I know not. For once it was honourable of its kind, one of the families that have opposed the line of kings since the ancient days of Morven. A Bryharan he is, and Bryhon by name. A sudden spilling of redness across the floor looked more like blood than light. That's so, old man. But what business have you saying it? That's the damned question. Huh? The torch was held low, the figure behind it all but unrecognizable between shimmering light and shadow. But that bluff orator's voice, there was no mistaking. The old man stood up stiffly, painfully unbending bowed shoulders, and met the accusation calmly. Sir, it is my given task to feed prisoners. Aye, those you've had orders to, and not to wag your doddering tongue. Be thankful that nothing you've said will matter soon enough. Be off out of the palace, and be damned to you. The old man was thrust violently up the steps, and the door slammed to behind him. Stinking rat-hole, muttered the voice, and quick steps crossed the room. There was a creaking crash, and a shutter dropped down. The light of a full moon flooded over the dusty earthen floor, and cool air flowed in, bearing the sound and scent of the sea. Thank you, Bryhon, murmured Kermorven calmly. Not at all, answered Bryhon Bryharan with equal calm, as he hooked his torch into a wall bracket and came to stand before them, leaning against a pillar and folding his arms. You! Raged Rock, straining at his chains. You spawn of Amakak! How'd you come here? What are you about, you traitor filth? Bryhon shrugged. I don't know what you mean. I am no traitor, and never have been. What I serve faithfully. But solemn oaths you have broken, said Kermorven, his voice level and cool as edged iron. None I meant. None I was not bound to break by earlier, sterner oaths, bound both to take and to break. Kermorven sighed deeply. So, it is true, then? It is, answered Bryhon. What's true? You damned double-talking loons? Hissed Ills, an instant ahead of Elof. Kermorven shifted on the stone. That there is, and has long been an undercurrent within our folk. A mirror image of all we believe and stand for. A hater of all we revere. A worshipper of what we shun the most. A secret reverence of the ancient powers. A hereditary cult of the ice. Bryhon nodded. A fair summation, save that we despise rather than hate. And we do not merely revere. His voice became suddenly smooth, and yet beneath it, like quicksand beneath a firm crust, was the tremor of a growing excitement. We worship, as we have done ever since the first days of men, among the former lesser winters of the world, before even the rise of Caris the Accursed. From Caris we came to Morven, and from Morven westward, though by ill chance here in the east our line failed also. And in all that time we have striven against the spreading, corrupting filth that is mankind. Whithersoever men flee, so shall our faith flee with them, to the utmost corners of the earth, to the last breath drawn. It is the mind we worship, bold and independent, freed from the stinking cesspool of the body. We seek the utter cleansing of the world, the cooling of that corruption, the frenzied, thoughtless ferment that is life. We atone for our flesh by subduing it to the service of the purest mind. We seek its mortification and the suppression of its demands. And meanwhile, you lust after power and possessions, said Elof dryly. Spare me sermons I have heard before, Brihon. I know their worth. Do not judge me by your late master, snapped Brihon urgently. A nerve had been touched. That he was something of a hypocrite, I allow, though he thought himself a strong believer. But is this hypocrisy? With savage energy, he thrust back his right sleeve almost to the shoulder. Or this? He pulled apart his jerkin to bare his barrel chest. Kermorven exclaimed in horror. Rock cursed. Ills turned away, looking sick, and Elof felt his own gorge rise. The wide skin of the upper arm was a lacework of scars and wheals, some old and faded almost to whiteness, one or two new and angry, half-healed scabs. The chest was the same, save that there were also thinner wheals curling right round his body, as if lashed with a whip of hot wires. To this exercise of faith I have devoted my life, as my father and his fathers of our line before me. And you, boy, you dare name me traitor? Rock spat at him. Aye, and all your cracked forefathers. Hell, I'll fry the pack of them in their own mad filth. Excuse me. Morven gave a sigh of astonishment and even pity. I can guess now why you have never taken a wife. Last of the Briherens. Brihon tilted his head. We are bound to wed only in later years, and solely for the engendering of heirs, of course, not for mere pleasure. Of course. But I meant other things. Small wonder he got here safely, muttered Ills. Not even the hunt would soil their claws with him. He might enjoy it. Brihon's eyes widened at the mention of the hunt, but he regained his composure at once. So, that's the company you've been keeping all this while, is it? But do you think it much to have crossed this land just once? These last few years I have crossed and recrossed it many times. Over the ice, of course, said Elof. Only at first, Brihon answered. The Eqwesh we had to bring that way, though it meant losing a good few. But they are brothers in blood of the Hidden Clan, and took that as they should. No, I tread a faster way, and a darker. How? You of all men should know. The means was of your making, after all. Elof snapped rigid in his chains. "The Tarnhelm!" he cried. "Indeed. Lady Lohi had it of your master, but she has honored me with its use many times in preparing the taking of this place and the assault of Kerbrahine. I was concealed lest you had seen me appear with it that night on the battlements, but your wits were fortunately slower than I expected. Your late master had only then finished giving me an exaggerated idea of them. So, it was you betrayed us to the master smith," said Ills, in tones as silken as Brihon's own. He shrugged. "Naturally. By the helm's aid, I could take frequent counsel with him, to ensure that I and those few followers I would still need should be safe when Kerbrahine fell. The smith and I were kin from afar, but that made us more rivals than allies. And of course I summoned the Eqwesh to waylay your expedition when you set out. If there had been more of the hidden among them, it would not have been so mishandled." "Strange," said Kermorven quietly. "To think I almost believed you meant your wish, that we would reach our goal." "I did," said the dark man, as if mildly surprised. "It was my duty to prevent you, and I hoped you would manage none the less, because here I would be free to settle with you myself, as I could not without sacrificing my influence in Brihane. Here I could fight you openly, and end you and your decayed line at a stroke." "Well then," blazed Kermorven suddenly, "here you see me. You have only to speak the word. Unbind me, return my sword. Then let us see which way the stroke falls, which line is ended." Brihon shook his head. "Pain it is to me, but I cannot. I came chiefly to tell you as much, and add my regret. That grace is denied me, and your lives allotted to another. A matter of discipline, I believe, a certain stiffening of the will, and a fit requital for many strayings. And on your part, reward enough for the trouble you have caused us. Madness and despair await you before your death, for such is the gift of the one who has sent you." He looked round quickly at the open shutter, and when he turned back, fine beads of sweat glistened upon his high forehead. "I must not be here. I have lingered too long as it is. Tomorrow I return to the west, to set in motion against that cleansing strife you have hindered, and the assault that shall follow. Do not delude yourself that any shall halt it. The raven is a carrion bird, and cares not whose bones he picks. Farewell." The low steps were taken in one stride. The door slammed, the key twisted sharply, metal squealing upon metal. Then there was no sound save the quiet harmony of wind and sea far below. Elof sought to speak and could not, nor could the others. The terror they had read in Brihon had infected them all. The man had been deadly afraid of being caught up in what was about to happen, even of witnessing it, though his strange shadow life must have acquainted him with horror enough. A sudden clink of metal made Elof start and tremble, till a sobbing breath of effort told him it was Kermorven straining furiously against his bonds, and vainly. Elof too tried, till the very seams of his jerkin were ready to burst. or the threads of the muscles beneath. But the steel of chain and manacle held firm, and he toppled on his side in the dust, gasping. Fear settled on that darkened cell as slowly, as thickly as the disturbed dust motes that drifted down through the bright moonbeams. Suddenly they leaped up, those dust motes, as a blast of chill air whistled in the cell, and another, a pulsing beat like great wings. The motes sprang and swirled and sparkled like metal, ever more thickly, more brightly, till it seemed that the dust swirled into shadow, into solidity, into a slender shape of light and shade. There in the moonlight it took form, and out of the moonlight it seemed made, a thing of silvery brightness and blackest night. Brightness it wore as mail, night as a cloak outspread like black wings, one with the outer darkness of the cell. Bright was the helm it bore, black the fierce bird eyes of its visor, black the long spear shaft, bright the gauntlet that brandished it high above their heads. But brighter than any, blacker than all, were the spear blade at its tip and the swirl of patterns set thereon. They caught at the eye and held it, yet Elof stared past them as if they were not there, at the fair face half hidden beneath the visor, the lips that moved, that voiced his name. Alv, Elof, look upon me. In awe and terror, in sick apprehension, he could scarcely find voice. Say then, who you are, so fair, so grave. Show me your face. Like distant chimes on a chill night rang the answer. When I am armed for war, who meets my gaze thus leaves life and light behind. They alone may look upon me now, who are marked for death at my hand. A deadly shudder shook Elof, a qualm of chill like the onset of some bitter fever. A grim laugh rose unbidden to his lips, for that voice, changed as it was, he knew. So, will you slay us here, bound and helpless as we are? Speak then, bold one. Set your name to the deed. Of the Morganen I am, the Valkyr, givers of life, choosers of death. A warrior of the powers am I, and from them is your death my charge. My name is Kara. Kara! It was as if the name was wrenched out of him, though he had known it from the first. He gazed up at her, his thoughts awhirl like the dust. Unable to take in what he saw, what he had been told. He could not accept her as the girl he had first spoken to, lost and unhappy as any daughter of men might be, as the slender form he had held and kissed in an hour of dark danger. Yet, just as surely, he knew this was her, that this was the truth of her, and the consummation of the fears that Tapayao's words had sowed in him. And he remembered also how afraid of Kara the mastersmith had seemed. His heightened awareness must have sensed some peril in her. Elof could not fly from the truth. He had dared to love one of the powers. How foolish she must have thought him. His heart seemed to wither within him, as once he had seen a man wither and known it for his own work. It was like drowning, like being back in the forest lake with dark claws dragging him down. Sickness, emptiness, loss welled up over his head. The world, the act of living, seemed suddenly alien things beyond his understanding, and he pulled darkness about him like a shroud. For him nothing remained. Yet even as that thought came to him, he knew it was not true. His very desperation came to aid him. His friends, bound beside him, they remained. They would suffer if he could not help them. So that was left him, and a memory of whispered words. Kara, if this then what you are, then you chose also between truth and falsehood. For once you swore to me that you were of no common sort, and true is that. But you swore also that you would not change. The mouth twisted, the helm flinched, yet haft and blade did not. And grave, implacable came the reply. What I am, I am. The sentence given, I must execute. That pain is mine to bear without ending. Make ready, and be still. Elof swallowed desperately, and fixed his eyes upon the blank mask of the helm. Hear me! You then a warrior of the powers? But which powers? A giver of life? Are you a chooser of death? Then why do you serve those who admit no choice? By whose will do you deal out death? The upraised blade wavered. By the will that binds me. Seek not to change its working, nor delay. No fear, no weakness has it that you or I could challenge. Seek not to worsen your agony and mine, even now. Even now? He heard himself shouting, his voice echoing in the vault. He strove to force strength into his words, to drive them upon metal at his forge. Even now you are tormented, Kara. Even now you are torn. Torn between your will and that which is set upon you. Between what you are and what holds you in thrall. Be what you name yourself. Choose freely. A shiver rippled through the mailed flank. The spear faltered, fell away. Then she jerked violently, her head thrown back as if some sudden hand had seized her at the neck. Her voice rose to a cry. Upon me you look! I have no choice left me! Back flew the cloak, scattering shadows. High rose the spear, madness shivering at its tip, and at his heart it drove. The patterns on the spear blade seemed to writhe and uncoil like a nest of snakes, and strike full into his eyes. Darkness and the cell wall vanished. He was hurled and buffeted amid a torrent of boiling blood that softened his flesh like wax and washed it from his bones, while shrilling voices shrieked wordless taunts in his ears. Kara! He screamed over the voices, over the torrent's thunder. He struggled to hold on to his thoughts as they were broken and scattered, his memory as it dissolved and leached away. To one perception he clung, one sudden rock in the torment. The sight of her arm upraised as the cloak fell back, and upon it, leaping like understanding to his eyes, a sudden flash of gold. Kara! He cried out. By what you took upon yourself, I conjure you! By the virtues I set within it, I command you! For by my arm ring also you are bound. Abruptly, he was sprawled on the cellar floor, every muscle clenched and cramped in shrieking rictus, and above him the bird mask stooping. He drew a tortured breath. Yet in those bonds lies only freedom. Kara, by what you are, you have sworn. Be yourself then. Be free. And as ever you loved me, aid us. They do have fears. We are their fears. From the city they hid us, and so you may well thwart them. Do what they feared. Rouse the city. Summon! The arm flashed forward. The blow fell. He screamed something. He convulsed against the immovable chains, even as the blade chilled his neck and struck downwards. The cell lit with a flash of white fire. He felt the blasting force of the blow, and it was as if it rebounded on Kara. Her head snapped back, her spine arched, and behind him the stone wall splintered. The taut chains shattered and flew ringing apart. His hands sprang free. Kara shrieked aloud, the dreadful shrilling cry of a wounded falcon. Vast wings beat once in the narrow space. The open shutter smashed to splinters, and with wrenching suddenness, she was gone. Elof fell face down upon the earth. A voice was calling into vast depths, and slowly, effortfully, he swam upward, struggling to understand and answer. He could scarcely make the effort. He wanted to cut free, to rest. But then a hand touched his shoulder, and he was suddenly wide awake. The old man was stooping over him, his eyes wild, his silver hair awry as if from some great wind. "Sir, sir, what is happening? What has passed?" Elof shook his head, unable to answer, and in sudden panic looked to the others. They sat there, still chained, their faces pale with shock, but alive and alert. "Has it come to you, sir? The whole city is astir." "Has what come?" snapped Grimorpan. I cannot say. A vision, a visitation, a terrible sight, upon rooftop after rooftop, in mail, bare-legged, slender as a young girl, yet like a bird, crying out, chanting." "Like a bird? Her helm, you mean? And her feather cloak?" The jailer shook his head. "No cloak. All over the city she is seen. On one rooftop she appears, then vanishes and takes shape on another. And each time, sir, each time wilder, each time more like a bird. The way she cried out, the shrieks, and then the words, a chant, a summons, a warning, that there were those come to deliver us, a lord in danger of being slain in secret, that we should free them, heed them, that we might all win free. And I thought at once of you, how secretly they brought you in, and Brihon came to you, and under cover of the uproar, I crept back." He stopped. "Listen. Do you listen now?" Faintly they heard it, a shrieking incantation, a clarion cry that rang and echoed across the city below. Though wordless with distance, yet it set the hair bristling upon their heads, the blood surging in their hearts. And under it, even as it cut short, another sound arose that might have been the sea rising, yet was not. Was the distant slam of shutter and door, of voices raised and feet running, and here and there the first angry shouts of conflict, screams and turmoil, and the thin clink of arms. The old man winced. "Sirs, lady, she's rousing all the quarters round. Men, women, children, the man-eaters will cut them to pieces. Is it you? Is the one she promised among you?"
"We must get free," cried Kermorven. "Elof, she broke your chains."
"Aye, but my feet are still fastened."
"Hold, sir."
The old man picked up a stout bar of steel. "I could find naught else, and doubted its strength and mine. But you—" Elof snatched the bar out of his hand, thrust it through chain and staple, and gave a single, sharp heave. The bar quivered, the staple rose, bent, and then with a crack, bar and chain shivered as one, and Elof rolled free. He snatched up the larger piece of bar, but it would not shift the heavy ring fastening Kermorven's manacles.
"Your hammer, man," wheezed Rock. "Your tools."
"They took them with the packs and the swords." "2 great swords, sir, and the packs of green hide. They lie in the guard chamber, sir, at the stairhead. I might, if the guards are occupied, I might." The old voice trembled. "Show me," hissed Elof, and together they plunged for the door. The corridor beyond was empty, but from up the stairs voices echoed, and the slam of doors. Motioning the old man to stay behind him, Elof sidled up, striving to be silent, hastily gathering up the lengths of clinking chains still hanging from his manacles. He felt no fear. That moment of insanity, that shattering spear thrust, had blasted fear from him. He moved as if in a daze of concentration, taut, ready, intent as beast upon its prey. The door at the stairhead stood open, and in it 2 Eqwesh, staring out into the restless night. The old man touched his arm, pointing to the firelit archway beyond them, the guardroom. Elof nodded, and as he did so, the clumsy manacle scraped against stone. The Eqwesh whirled around, but Elof had already launched himself across the floor. One hefted a spear, but Elof dashed his manacled wrist into the man's face, and he fell. The other sprang aside, drawing a long dagger, but Elof whipped at him with the loose chain, once, twice, and caught him in the throat. He also fell, and Elof snatched up the spear from the floor as a third warrior ran out of the guardroom. The stout targe on his arm turned the awkward thrust Elof aimed, but the force of it overbalanced his own stroke. He stumbled past. Elof sprang aside and drove the broad spear through his back. But the first man was up now, drawing his short sword, and Elof could not free the spear. He let go, gathering up his chain, but the Eqwesh jerked suddenly, gurgled, and collapsed. Behind him stood the old man, long dagger bloody in his hand. "There are only these 3. The rest must be outside somewhere. Quickly!" Elof thrust closed the outer door. There was no key, but he shot the heavy bolt and turned to search. Within the guardroom, laid carelessly upon a table, lay Gorthar and the other weapons, and beside them their precious packs, apparently untouched. "If only the chieftains were too busy to look at these yet," muttered Elof, thrusting them at the old man. "I need my hands free." In his right he took Gorthar, in his left the hammer, and one of the torches from the wall. "Now, down again." The hallway was empty, the stairs also, though raised voices and heavy feet echoed elsewhere in the building. They plunged back into the cell, and Elof locked the door behind them. That wins us minutes at least. Now, all of you, lean away from the wall. 3 great strokes smote chains and hasps out of the stone. Another 3 the staples from their feet. Then, heedless of gasped thanks, Elof delved among his tools and found grippers to unfasten the bolted manacles. Kermorven stood up, swaying only slightly from his cramped confinement, and seized his pack. His breath shuddered a moment, and he shut his eyes.
"It is here,"
he gasped.
"They have not taken it."
And he spilled the bundle of mail from the pack and began tearing at his tattered traveling clothes.
"Do you others don your war gear. We may need mail to win free of here."
Swiftly he pulled the black mail coat over his head, donned belt, mailed leggings and boots, and buckled on plates at shoulder, arm, and knee. Only the jeweled helm he did not don, but returned carefully to the pack which he hung beneath his cloak. Last of all, he took up the small breastplate and beckoned to the old man. "Now, sir, I may answer your question. Bring here the torch, and look well upon me." The damascened tracery on the breastplate gleamed redly as he buckled it on. The dim eyes squinted at it, widened in shock, and lifted at once to his face. Kermorven nodded curtly, and they filled with sudden tears. "Aye, Chamberlain. The raven spreads its wings in the east once more, and one named Karen bears it." The old chamberlain bowed his head, unable to speak, and then he glanced at the others, Ills in her bright mail shirt, and Rock in breastplate and steel helm, and stared in amazement at Elof. He alone bore no armor, but after shedding his tatters he had donned the smith's garb given him by Corentin, and over it his sword belt and the long mail gauntlet. "Sirs and lady, as noble and fell a company are you as fits this hour. If we can win through to the streets, I will guide you as far as old legs may bear me. Say no more to me, but to the people." Kermorven drew his sword, unlocked the door, and threw it wide. Out into the passage he sprang, the others behind him. There he hesitated, looking at the other cell doors. But Elof, knowing how impulsive his humanity could be, and how perilous, charged him forward. "You cannot help them yet." Kermorven turned reluctantly to the stairs, and sprang up them with Rock on his heels, Elof and Ills helping the old chamberlain. The slain guards lay undiscovered in the few minutes that had passed, the door still closed. At Kermorven's behest, they flattened themselves against the wall while he spied out through the doorway. "Everywhere Ekwesh," he whispered, tense as a bowstring. "But no solid line, and their gaze is turned outward to the city. Best we burst through from behind, and bolt ere they recover." "Then you must leave me," gasped the old man. "I will delay you." "Enough," said Kermorven crisply. "We leave together. Ready? Now!" With a swift heave, he sent the weighty door wide on its hinges and charged through. Elof, right behind him, had a brief confused image of firelight, smoke and disorder, and the black silhouettes of tall men only a few paces ahead, pointed out into the blackness and shouting. Not until Kermorven was almost upon the nearest ones did they seem to hear and glance back. One was fast enough to whirl round and raise his spear, and by a flicker of the fire, Elof knew him for the young chieftain who had captured them. But before his spear left his hand, Kermorven's sword reaped the smoky air. The spear shaft shivered, and the chieftain seemed to spring backwards in a glittering spray of blood. Kermorven leaped over him and hewed the head from another, while Rock smashed his mace down on the shoulder of one still drawing sword. With that, they were through to the outside steps, and clattering down them into thicker wreaths of smoke. Elof saw with a dreadful sinking feeling that they were drifting up from the town, and that the firelight was burning roofs. Shouts came from behind them, and on the steps below, startled brown faces loomed suddenly out of the murk. Elof struck at one, and it vanished in a clatter. Ilse another. Then for a moment it was hard hewing, shouts, and shrieks, before a way was clear and they could run. Elof lagged a step, his boot sole greasy with another's blood. Suddenly a ghost plucked hard at his cloak. Another hissed savagely by his ear. He called a warning to the others as the arrows whined in the blackness and rattled across the worn stone of the stairs. But through the smoke now, only chance could have found them a target. Behind, though, Elof heard the heavy tread of pursuing feet, and further off the sound of hooves. Abruptly, there were no more stairs underfoot, but ringing cobbles, and the chamberlain was gasping out directions. Down a steep, winding street they ran, into a narrow alley, and through to another winding street. But round the corner of that, doubling up the slope from the city below, came a file of some 15 Eqwesh, alert and watchful, with their spears readied. Without a break in stride, Kermorven swung up his sword, yelled, "Morven, Moreland Hall!" and flung himself at them. The sheer speed of his attack carried him down the line, and 3 fell almost before they could counter him. But by then he had burst through the file, while Ilse and Elof fell on its leaders. It might have been a sore skirmish, but the Eqwesh broke away the moment they could, and ran off up the slope. "Cravens!" jeered Rock.
"Not these," panted Kermorven. "They must have orders. Orders not to risk engagements. That is it. Patrols have been mobbed, and they are pulling in the rest. No more policing. They regroup for an attack. Sir, we must come fast among men of the city."
"To where folk would most likely think of mustering, then," the chamberlain croaked. "To the Landfall Square." Across the street he led them, and to a gap between buildings so slight that few would think of squeezing through it. Rock, slimmed as he was by hardship, had some trouble. Into a courtyard it led them, by the boarded windows of an inn, and out under a low doorway in the inn buildings into a wide, straight street of tall towers and dwellings that sloped away down the hill and into the distance. Sounds of pursuit were left behind, but they hurried along as fast as the old man could bear. "If I fail," he gasped, "do you go straight that way. Follow that road, and the sound of the sea, too. Boy, Kerris's gate." He pointed with trembling hand, but there was no need. The others also had seen and heard the sudden flash of light atop the tallest tower at the hill's foot. The eerie cry that rang so loud the deepest sleeper would be blasted awake and shivering. But more shattering to them was the sight they saw clearly, being almost on a level with the tower top. A figure stood there, and instead of arms it had vast black wings, which smote at the stars. Atop those wings was no helm, but the living head of a giant bird, a bright-eyed raptor with sickle bill agape, shrieking alarm as if each breath cost bitter agony. But beneath head and wing, mail clung to the heaving breasts and body of a woman. Bare legs below were fastened by a gleaming chain and shackle, and from moment to moment it was as if the wings faded to a drape of shadow over slender arms.
Folk of Morvanek, hearken and hear me. Start from your sleep, wake to the watchery. Strike off your shackles, shatter your slavery. Free and at hand is your destined deliverer. Into the streets with you, out at the summons. Sweep out as streams in the surge of the storm rains. Strike as the waves at the walls of the harbors. Burst with your bright blood through bond and through barrier. Look to your Lord for the light of your liberty. Heed him that through him you all shall be free. Harden your courage, harden your courage, harden your courage, and hew at your foe. And it is told that a mighty wind did then seize the bells of that tower, and many others, and shake them like so much chaff cast up from the winnowing. Across the city a great clangor of chimes arose, and the voices of men answered them. But atop the tower the voice wavered. The figure tottered as if seized and pulled off balance. The vast wings threshed, and with a last ear-splitting shriek of pain, it vanished. "They have her," said Kermorven grimly. "She was sorely torn, but she has done your bidding, Elof, and that is much." He looked up at the dwellings around, where startled faces peered out from behind door and shutter, staring from the empty tower top to the armed figures in the street. "Out!" he cried, the clear metal of his voice mingling with the wild bell music. "Out at the call! The city is risen! Freedom and death hang in the balance! Find weapons and follow! Follow to the landfall!" "Follow to the landfall!" cried Rock, and Elof with him. But the city folk needed no further summons. The cry from the tower had done its work. Here, as elsewhere, with the bells for confirmation, and the sight of armed men abroad who were not their Equish oppressors, out of doors they streamed, men and women and even young children, as the chamberlain had said. They took up the cry with a force that drowned the bells, and after Kermorven and his company they streamed, all the way down to the sea. Many ran from other streets to join them, some newly arisen who had scarcely heard the summons, others from the streets near the citadel which had risen first, who had already seen battle and their houses burn, and were now in fell mood. "Who is it that summons us?" growled one in northern tones, hefting a bloodied sword. "One who was spoken of," answered Elof shortly, for Kermorven was silent. "At the landfall, more will be said." Hearing the northern speech, the man looked sharply at Elof. "I thought to know all our kindred within this city, and most within the land, for I have travelled wildly. Yet though your face is somehow familiar, you I know not, nor your garb." "Nor should you. For from the utmost shores of the west I have come. At the landfall all will hear. Wait till then." His words were heard, and a whisper raced through the crowd. The west lives, it awakens, and comes to war." A sudden scent he knew and loved, a reek of sea and ships and all that went with them, reached Elof's nostrils, and he smiled. "Oi, it is as I thought," croaked the chamberlain. "Here they have gathered, where first men set foot in all this wide land, beneath the images of our vanished glory." And indeed, all around the square a ring of tall shadows towered, silent and grim upon their pedestals, above the heads of the milling crowds, dwarfing the hotheads who clambered there to harangue them. All kinds, all ages were gathered, with every sign of disorder and haste. Many were half clad and wild, but none without some kind of weapon. The Equish in their confidence, or designed to appear so, had made no great effort to confiscate weapons save the armories of the city guard. Many others had weapons and even some armor in their houses. Merchants who had once had wealth to guard at home or abroad, and others who had kept older weapons as trophy or ornament. There were many of these, chased pike or polished sword, worn but serviceable. For the rest, Elof saw hunting bows and short falchions, slaughterers' poleaxes and heavy butcher's cleavers, boathooks and spikes stripped from the quayside, carpenter's hatchets and fearsome rakes and bills that must have come in from the fields, or tended the green gardens of the city. Where those were wanting, even the ordinary tools of the household had been turned to use. Maul and meat knife, chain and weaving sword, or simply stout wood for staff and cudgel. Anger and fear broke over the crowd like surf, and made these homely things deadly in the hands that held them. Into this melee plunged the newcomers and their following, at the chamberlain's direction, making for the raised platform that began the seawall, flanked by two tall statues that he named the Watchers. A few would-be leaders stood there and shouted conflicting commands that few heard, let alone heeded. All eyes were turned upon the travelers, for their armor and their air of purpose. Many also recognized the old man they bore with them, half fainting from the race through the city. "It is you who must speak if you can," said Kermorven urgently. "You they may believe sooner than an outsider." "Then sit me up upon the base of the left-hand watcher, and give me a torch." Ills and Kermorven boosted him up easily, and many following began to call for silence. The other speakers were drowned and fell back abashed, slow to argue with armed men. The crowd's roar gradually sank to an uneasy murmur, and the old man, catching his breath, hauled himself up against the legs of the statue and cried out, "People of Morvannoc, heirs of Morven, Morvanianen all, you know me, Arul, late chamberlain to Corin our lord, and like you downtrodden into the very dust." His dry, dignified voice was better than the loudest herald, for the true passion that alone sustained it could be heard. "But this night I have beheld a great wonder. Men of might, such as we have heard of in olden time. All the way from the west they have come. The powers herald them, as many have seen, and the elder folk are their allies. Hear them, above all him who—" He gasped and swayed, as if he would fall. "No more words do you need. Only behold." Kermorven sprang forward, lifting his arms to catch the old man. But he fell not, only lifted high his torch to spread flaring light over both statue and man below. And the crowd swayed as one, and gasped. For one might have been the other. Elof read off the stiff characters upon the pedestal. Karen the Fifth. "Small wonder old Corentin mistook," breathed Rock. Armed alike were Kermorven and the statue, closer still in countenance, and life seemed to leap between them. The golden statue took on the tint of living skin, the sculpted hair a tinge of torch fire. The armor of black marble glistened brighter than the dulled steel, and from both their breasts shone in gold the raven and sun. Kermorven swung to face the crowd, shrugging back his cloak. "Words you are owed." He spoke without effort, yet his voice carried over the crowd's excited chatter and stilled it. Elof remembered his quiet command of the crowd in Kerbrahine, and how he had bound them to his will. He was leaving no time now for any ebb of doubt. The likeness is no chance. I am Karen, Lord Kermorven, last of that line in the west. But in proof of my name I show you its tokens, for through the ruins of Morven itself have I passed, beneath the devouring ice. In Dorgal Arlanen itself have I stood, and borne away a great prize. And from his pack he lifted the crowned helm. A sighing shudder ran through the crowd as the torchlight flamed upon its gems. A louder stir as Elof stepped forward and drew from his own deep pack the worn bronze rod. Here you stand where your ancestors first stood, he said in a low voice. If here is not your kingdom, then nowhere is. Receive the scepter. Kermorven's mouth twisted in a quick smile. He took the rod, balanced it on his palm as if savoring the moment, and then with swift decision he held crown and scepter high above his head. Like a retreating wave, the crowd of thousands drew a single breath, and then as surf that broke in thunder, they cheered. A sound that must have shaken the very shutters of the distant palace. Torch guttered and brazier flared as if a sudden storm blast swept over the square. Yet Kermorven did not don the helm, as it seemed he might, but instead quickly handed both to Arul, as if eager to free his hands. Enough, he cried, and there was an instant hush. He spoke swiftly, quietly, but his tone was grim. Now is your time of need. Above us there the barbarians muster. You have taught them a dangerous lesson, showed them that they cannot any longer act like guards over beaten thralls. They gather as an army, for that is the only way they dare meet you now. And if they defeat you, they will not be content to keep down heads with a few patrols, and here and there a sharp example. They will slay you, every last one, for they can never again feel safe. Perhaps they are already on their way. You have no lord now, no marshal, and you need one. I have seen something of war, but only by your will would I wish to lead you. Say, he got no further. The crowd swayed like a cornfield scoured by a storm of hail, and the torrential roar of acclaim was deafening. It did not stop until Kermorven gestured furiously for silence, and then only by degrees. So be it, then. Let any who held high rank in your guard come to us now, and merchants, captains of the sea, and other men accustomed to command. But do you remember, for this time only are you bound. When peace is restored, we shall take counsel once again. Meanwhile, I ask only that you receive also my companions, without whom I could not have come to you, or won free of the enemy's snares. Skilled they are in fighting, but stronger yet in the ways of peace. As both our kindreds in the west they come. End of an older yet. Learn that we men do not stand alone against the ice and its minions. An emissary of the elder folk fights beside us, the Lady Ills. An astonished hush greeted her, a ripple of curious whispers, none of the hostility of Kerbrahine. For the southern folk stands Rock, worthy citizen and soldier. It was a genial roar that greeted him, for if Kermorven's face looked down from the statue, rocks grinned back at him from the crowd, many times over. And for the northern kin, a smith of surpassing craft and wisdom, by name Elof. But when Elof stepped forward in his smith's garb, the cheering faltered among those closest to him. Then suddenly a woman on the steps below him pointed and screamed. Other arms shot up. Words raced through the excited crowd. Then so deathly a hush fell that only the calm seas lapping at the wall below was heard. Alarmed, astonished, Elof looked to his friends, only to see them also staring, not at him, but at the second watcher above him. Though to the same scale as its fellow, it seemed gigantic by comparison. An image it was of a towering man, sturdy in body and limb, a shape of strength and grandeur that seemed better clad in bronze and stone than flesh. Not landward did it gaze, but out to the boundless sea, whence came a breeze that set torch and brazier aflare. And in the sudden light Elof also gasped, as a watcher's countenance became clear. Well formed in its grim way, yet stern pride and anger seamed it, a marred and ferocious mask. It was the countenance he had glimpsed in Morven that had haunted his mind ever since. But why should that so affect the others? Ills moved to his side and took his arm tightly. Do you not see? But you would not. An old troll, whoever he was, large even among men, old and bearded and cruel of countenance. All these things you are not. But for the rest, the face, she shook her head. You are the stamp of it. Elof's voice stuck in his dry throat. For his looks he cared little. It was the impact of that face that unnerved him. All that he read in it seemed alien to him, and horribly disturbing. He wagged his head in protest, yet he could almost feel the mold of his own features betray him. He looked desperately to Kermorven, and found only astonished confirmation. But how is it possible? Amazing, murmured Kermorven. Small wonder that I resemble my forebears, being of a close-bred line. But you, ignorant even of your own parents, let alone ancestors. Yet, it seems you have found one. He turned to Arul. Could it be an accident? Is that a true likeness of its original? But do you not know? Demanded the astonished chamberlain. It is said he went westward, and for all we know died there. But here he landed, and here he would ever look back across the ocean, as does the image made by one who knew him. Do you not know the last comer from Caris, the Lord Vade? Vade, breathed Kermorven. Elof, that is Vade. Vade the Great, whose tower we scaled, on whose roof you forged your sword. Aye, we know him indeed. He looked from the statue to Elof, and back, and grinned. Yes, I could well believe that fiery blood runs somehow in your veins. Does that dismay you? It should not. No better friend had the kings than grim old Vade. He laughed aloud. Karen and Vade. The gathering guardsmen, merchants, and other leaders, hanging on his every word, took up the cry, and through the excited crowd it raced amain. Karen and Vade The Watchers are come down among us. Karen and Vade are arisen. The Watchers come back to war. Kermorven rounded on them. Well then, let us order our fight. Of the swift preparations for the Battle of Morvanik, the chronicles tell little, and scarce more of the first fighting itself. It is likely enough that the preparations were few and simple. Against warriors hardened and fanatical, Kermorven could oppose only an ill-armed citizenry, but one driven as hard by wrath at its sufferings, and now also by a wild exultation at what seemed the sudden resurgence in their midst of a mighty past. He could not deploy his people in subtle tactics, or rely on them to defend a strong point. He could only hope to hurl them against the foe in great waves, and bear them down by sheer weight of numbers. So he laid his plans, and so the outcome was determined. It appears, though, that Elof was scarcely aware of all this, and played little part in its shaping. A great misery and sickness had settled upon him, a reaction perhaps to the terrors of the past hours, the impact of too many shocks, the burden of harsh discoveries not easily borne. He sat slumped against the base of the stern statue that so resembled him, and the world grew bleak and hopeless. It seemed to him that Kara, for whom he had come so far and through so many hardships, was now eternally beyond his reach. As well might he seek to love the stars that wheeled above him. They appeared as she had, almost close enough to touch, yet how infinitely distant they truly were. And without her, what did anything else mean? His life had fallen inward suddenly, as logs heaped upon a fire burned out at the heart, leaving only a cloud of bitter embers. His long guilt, his sojourn in the salt marshes, his long quest against the mastersmith mattered nothing now, and still less all the hazards of the way east. The sport and toy of destiny he had been, a gaming piece in the strife of the powers, lured on by false hopes and foolish dreams. Lured on to do some good, perhaps, but little enough for himself. He looked up at the statue. What was it to him whose blood flowed in his veins? He had heard little of Vade, still less that he liked. But he too could have looked out at the ocean thus. He listened to it, rising now as the wind freshened, and felt a deep wish to cast himself down into those infinite waters, and there, at last, perhaps, find peace. The tide of blackness arose again and overwhelmed him. Chill and nausea crept upon him. He shivered ceaselessly till he could almost imagine his marsh fever was returning. Lack of food and sleep made all worse. A harrowing night was wearing toward its end. Hills or rock might have cheered him, but they were already away, leading small bands of such experienced soldiers as could be found into the nearby streets, to give warning of any sudden assault by the Ekwesh. But it was typical of Kermorven that he, the center of so much activity and excitement, should have found time to consider what ailed his friend. When the hard hand was clapped upon his shoulder, Elof looked up with dull eyes, and met a look that blazed. "Take courage," hissed Kermorven. "Only take courage. Men have dared ere now to love the powers, and great good has come of it. Did you not know? It is said my own line, the royal line of Caris itself, sprang from such a union in the lost deeps of time, and so that great nation was born. And she also loves. Think only what she did for you, when bonds we cannot imagine were tearing her heart and spirit. For that alone You must fight on.
Among the ashes choking body and mind, Elof felt a trace of returning warmth. He nodded jerkily. He could still fight. If he could do nothing else for her, there was always that. And against those who had so misused her, he had a long score to settle.
Good, said Kermorven sharply. An ill thing when a cool heart like mine must rekindle the fire of a smith. Come, there's a morsel or two of food. Eat while you can, for there are stirrings in the upper streets. I wonder they have not already attacked.
Could it be Kara? Breathed Elof.
The girl, of course. She has put the fear of Hela into them, appearing thus. And well she might. They fear to venture far beyond their stronghold. Time it is that we gave them cause.
He turned away, shouting orders, and Elof saw the crowded square begin to stir like a great whirlpool. Smell of cooking meat drew him, but he had barely time to gulp down some of the savory scraps toasted over a hastily built bonfire before Kermorven reappeared, and with him Arul.
Into your hands, old man, I commit crown and scepter. If I return not to claim them of you, do as you will with them. They will no longer mean anything. But better the sea should have them, to my mind, than the Ekwesh. Now, Elof, are you ready? Your place is beside me, if you will, for it is our column must strike the hardest.
I am ready, said Elof. He plucked a brand from the fire. To Arul's horror, he drew his mailed hand down it, and at once it sank to charred blackness. Even the smoke rolled leadenly groundward. But beneath Elof's clenched fingers a gleam awoke. We may need light. Would we had a dragon to give it, but this will serve. Fanfare and drumbeat there was none as they filed out of the square, not even a war cry or a lighted torch. Kermorven had ordered silence, and it suited the mood of his followers. Their first wrath had cooled, and they knew there was no going back. Many, no doubt, thought themselves as good as dead already, but fell rather than fearful it made them. Some still wore only the night robes they had rushed out in, but to Elof they seemed not comical, but eerie. An army of shrouded forms gliding over the dark cobbles. Kermorven and he, dark-cloaked goblins at their head. They were well into the city, climbing the broad street that rose in stepped terraces towards the palace, when the night ahead roared into sudden life. To shouting and the clink and hammer of weapons, the hum and spit of bows, the rattle of running feet upon the cobbles. Against a burning building up the hill, silhouettes appeared in furious combat, and the column made as if to surge forward. Furiously, Kermorven ordered them back. A feint, he hissed. That is their advance guard meeting ours. If only... Aye, here comes the first of them. Sure enough, Ills and her party came flying down through the back streets, with Rox not far behind. "As you ordered," she gasped when she had regained her breath. "We broke and ran in disorder, as they thought it. Will it tempt out their main force?"
"It has," panted Rock, arriving with his force. "Soon as they saw us scatter and thought they'd only mobs to deal with, out they swarmed like bees from a bike. They're less scared than you thought." "Or harder driven," said Kermorven, and raised his voice. "Now, as we ordered, into the side streets with you, and remember, await the word." The great columns split and swiftly melted aside. Kermorven lingered to urge the last of them into cover, and barely had time to draw Elof aside before the vanguard of the enemy burst over the edge of the terrace above and poured down the slope. In a taut spearhead they ran, light-armed runners with spears and small targes, their hard faces set in fierce, grinning masks. A few mounted men cantered at their flanks and in files behind them, some with bows as well as lances. Then behind them the main ranks came down in wave after wave like flood over waterfall, spear shaft and sword hilt rasping a sinister song against the painted shields held as a wall before them. So swiftly ran the vanguard that they were already past the first side streets before they noticed the throng in the shadows. Before they could halt, Kermorven barked a single order. A gust of arrows wafted up and rattled down among the vanguard, and scarce slower surged out the people of Morvanik. Up against the disordered vanguard they thundered, and past it, leaving it to those who were coming up from below. Up the street they charged, Kermorven at their head, and as flood meets flood in boiling turmoil, they came up against the main force of the Eqwesh. To Elof, it was a time of thunder and madness, as if he had been caught between his own hammer and anvil, and bitterly he hated it. He fought often at need, but never before had he been caught up in the whirling fury of a battle, where survival lay in hewing men before him as brush in a forest, stumbling over limbs that still twitched, slipping in blood still flowing, or fresh spilled entrails. He saw men and women hurled down at his side, yet he himself was untouched by the weapons that raked at him, always that shade too slow. Gorthar met them in the red-tinged night, and they bowed before the blade and the strength of his arm, and fell away broken upon the bodies of their wielders. He swiftly lost sight of his friends. Ilse reappeared briefly, toppling a tall warrior by main force, and sinking her broadaxe into his breastbone. And now and again he caught brief glimpses of Kermorven, always ahead of him, his war-cry on his lips, and his gray-gold blade sweeping in intricate patterns among the hedge of spears and shields. At length, Elof dared to hope the intensity of the fighting might be slackening, only to find it redouble suddenly as a new wave of foes swept forward over the corpses of the first. And with it, in armor as bright as Kermorven's was black, and marked with the emblem of the broken chain, the tall shape of Brihon Briheron came plunging through the fray. The sword he swung was long and heavy, a huge two-handed thing with a scalloped edge to the upper blade. But he wielded it with the same liquid grace as Kermorven his, and cut a deep swath of bloody panic among the city folk. Then into his path Kermorven sprang, and in a ringing flurry of blows they met, flowing around each other with the deadly grace of a dance. Never before had Elof seen a warrior to match Kermorven, but for the first time he realized that Brihon's confidence was no mere bluster, that he was indeed of the same order and schooling. And he was fresh, and bore a visored helm where Kermorven was bareheaded. If Brihon's gangling frame moved with less fluid ease, there was a vicious power in the sweeping strokes he favored, which could suddenly switch direction without slackening. Such a stroke, aimed at Kermorven's body, leaped aside in the very instant he parried it, and slashed down upon his unprotected head. But Kermorven sprang aside and ducked in the same swift movement. The point grazed his face, glanced off his shoulder plate, and struck the cobbles. With a suddenness that startled even Elof, Kermorven's steel-shod boot crashed down on the blade and tore the hilt from Brihon's grasp. Brihon sprang back, tugging something from his shoulder,
a broad-bladed battle-axe half his own height. But the fighting swirled into the gap, and Elof, battering frantically at a new shield wall, saw the adversaries borne apart on its tides. Then, as suddenly as it has come, the shield wall fell back, fragmented, melted away before his eyes, and he found himself striking giddily at empty air. He lowered his sword, and strained for breath, deafened by the roaring in his ears. His head ached terribly, though he could find no wound. The blood splattered on his mailed arm was not his own. He looked around and was startled. Though he had not been conscious of moving, the battle had borne him ever higher up the hill, till now he stood in the square below the palace whence so recently they had fled. He looked back and winced. The street behind was a very carpet of bodies, some moving feebly, some still. It was hardly possible to tell which were Ekwesh, which not, for the same wash of blood boltered them all as they lay. Steam and stench tainted the night air. "So," said Kermorvan's voice beside him, "we are not yet parted, then, we four." He stood there, calm as ever despite his tangled hair and the broad slash that skipped from forehead to cheek. Rock was with him, and Ills not far off, helping to tend a woman who lay wounded and shrieking. Indeed, the air was filled with groans and cries, and the sound of them raised the hair at Elof's neck. "Have we won?" he asked, and cursed the stupidity of the words. But it seemed that Kermorvan understood. "Not yet," he croaked. "We beat them back to the palace, but at terrible cost. Then out sallied a rearguard under that creature Brihon, and covered their retreat within. Some 500 or 700 we slew out of their 2,000 odd, but the rearguard was easily that large, and more would remain. I guess they still dispose of well nigh 2,500 men, fighting men at that. And our losses." He closed his eyes a moment, then gestured at the ragged force he had led, standing shocked and bewildered among the carnage, or seeking desperately among the maimed and dead. "Arm yourself from the Ekwesh," he shouted. "Spear and shield and armor if you can, and form up then, for soon we attack again." He ground his teeth and added, almost under his breath, "We must. We have no choice. So many Ekwesh crowded into the palace, they will know they cannot withstand a siege. Any moment now they will sally out. And what then? Will the people endure another such slaughter?" Other columns that had seen little fighting were swaggering into the square, only to halt in horror at the butchery. "Look near ready to drift away now, some of them," muttered Rock, "whatever the cost." Kermorvan frowned. "This is hard for tried soldiers to endure, let alone peaceful citizens. I had hoped their anger would give them an edge in strength, but there is something else, some inner will that spurs on the Ekwesh no whit less hard, nearly to madness." The same idea came at once to all three. "If she could raise a city so swiftly, she could be turned against us." "But where is she? She could be deep within the palace." "No," muttered Elof. "She would need to see." Between finger and thumb of his gauntlet a thin white flame arose, and its light danced along the darkened windows of the palace. A murmur of wonder arose from the folk behind, and they pressed closer to see, only to fall back as Ekwesh archers tried for the mark. But Elof ignored the arrows skipping around him. he could see none but Ekwesh at the windows. He swept the light swiftly along the galleried roof. There! There's nothing but statues. See there, in the middle. There's one too many. When Elof looked again, he saw it. Impassive, unmoving behind helm and shield, she might indeed have been a statue like the rest, save that one corner of her long cloak fluttered in the restless breeze. Elof looked around desperately. I must get to that roof. Those windows there, do they not light a stair? Must begin somewhere near the main doors. If I could only get through the lowest window. Kermorven raised his eyebrows. Then we can turn our assault on the main doors. But be swift, if you would save lives, and weigh them well against other claims. Elof nodded, for words he could not find, and Kermorven turned to bark out orders. A great beam was lifted from one of the ruined houses and borne forward, still smoldering. In the arms of the strongest, Rock and Ills and Elof among them, along it and over them were raised Ekwesh shields to guard against arrows. Kermorven cast an eye over his motley force, gave a curt nod of encouragement, and waved them forward with his sword. Over the cobbles trotted the bearers of the beam, gathering speed, and up the worn steps without a single slip. As they reached the top, arrows rattled and thudded into the shields, and the bearers began to run, gathering speed. One man fell. The other skipped over him and hurtled on towards the high bronzed doors, the tarnished figures on them shining strangely in the faint starlight. Then they were under the galleries, and in the last moment ere they struck, Elof hurled himself aside. From behind him he heard a mighty creak and clangor of bronze, and another as a rebounding ram was swung back and dashed against the doors once more, and a loud wolfish cheer. Then, with a rumbling crash, the doors swung apart, tore free of their hinges, and toppled. The rammer sprang forward, but Elof, turning to the window, was caught. One buckled bronze mass loomed over him and crashed down. It was instinct that raised his gauntlet to it. It stopped short in a rush of escaping flame, poised on his palm, all the force of that heavy fall drawn into his gauntlet and captured. It was still dead weight, but without the impetus, he could thrust it aside and dodge. It crashed down among the rising roar of battle renewed. He dared not look back. He swung himself up to the carven sill and punched his mailed fist through the tiny lenticular leads. The high window creaked open. He flung himself through the gap and down into the hallway beyond. Coming in from the reddened night, it was dazzling, a place of white walls and mirrors and lamps and candles burning behind bright crystal. Even the empty floor was a mirror of black marble. But striding onto it from a dark archway was a tall figure in sweeping robes of white, and at the sight of her, great wrath and chilling fright warred within him. "Louhi!" he cried out. "Stay!" She was turning towards the great staircase that ringed the hall, and she was arranging something that glittered about her head. At the sound of his voice she turned, and he saw her clearly, as fair as ever he had thought her, blue eyes wide with astonishment. Then they blazed furiously. She took a step towards him, hesitated, then whirled and ran up the stairs. She was swift, past the first flight before he was anywhere near the foot. He could guess whither she hastened, and she would be there long before him. "Stay, lady!" he shouted again, and in desperation he drew the hammer from his belt
and slapped it down between his clenched fingers. It felt then as if he held an earthquake in his palm. He swung his arm in a great wheel and threw. With all the strength of his body behind it, and all the pent-up impact of the falling door, the hammer hurtled high into the air, a blur of movement, and with a crash like the lightning it had forged, it smote into the side of the stair only a few steps beyond Louhi's hastening feet. The stonework cracked across, sagged and cracked sharply once again. Dust puffed outward, and a great chunk of the stair tore free from the wall and went crashing down in ruin upon the gleaming marble below. On the very brink of the gap Louhi tottered, her dress and robe billowing around her. The glittering thing flew from her head and tumbled jingling down the stairs, coming to rest on a step near Elof as he came running up. He knew it at once, a thing of hooped bronze and ring mail, ornate in copper and gold. He had already guessed, or perhaps his own work called to him, for it was the Tarnhelm. He raised his eyes to Louhi, pacing down the steps towards him with the measured intensity of a great cat poised to spring, and lunged for the helm at the moment she did. Their hands struck it, but did not grasp. It jingled down a few steps, and their faces all but collided. For a moment, they were as close as lovers. He felt the warmth of her satin skin. He tasted her breath on his lips, and found it fragrant as spring. Then she recoiled, eyes blazing, and put a hand to her thigh as if hurt. "My fair young smith! Such a fool I never thought you. Do you not by now know who I am? Would you, fragile as fine works are, go up against a power?" The shriek and clamor of battle echoed through the hall, and Elof felt his grin go horribly lopsided. "You are not the first, lady," he croaked, and drew Gorthar, and leveled it menacingly at her breast. Louhi stared incredulously at the black blade, and then at his face. "So," she said. The hand at her thigh suddenly clasped a hilt. From among the folds of her dress a bright broadsword sprang and struck down at his head. So swift was the blow that the black blade barely turned it in time, so hard that he staggered. Then she was at him in a flurry of cuts and slashes, as thick and fast as the first falls of a cloudburst, and the vicious strength behind them startled him. Yet though it seemed too great for those slender arms, it was only human strength, and the skill behind it no greater than his own. The first hail of blows he countered, and then himself sought the attack. But he felt something amiss with his sword arm, and at every blow he struck it worsened, as if the ringing impact numbed his muscles. He cut hard at her, and his point slashed the billowing fabric of her robe. She hurled herself forward. Their blades met and locked before their distorted faces. Their panting breath clouded their blades, and before Elof's appalled eyes, it froze on both surfaces to a skin of rime. Now he knew what that numbness was. With a shudder he sprang back, feeling his arm bones ache with the spreading cold, and Louhi hewed at him with both hands. But now, instead of Gorthar, he caught the blow on the palm of his gauntlet, and closed the fingers round that bright blade. To his horror, where blade met mail, a faint greenish flame sprang up, sputtering and crackling, such as he had seen upon the ice, and he yelled in agony as his own mail sucked the heat from his skin. "You would gather up my strength in your clever little toy, would you?" breathed Louhi, and her breath smoked like the first airs of winter. "Well, young apprentice, Master Milo taught you ill, who forged my blade to my design. Or do you not remember that cold cannot be so contained? It is no force, child, but the absence of force, the negation of it in all things, that brings to all stirring stillness and peace." Then a fearful seam of chill shot down his left arm and stabbed like a skewer at his heart. It leaped, convulsed, skipped beat after beat. The breath wheezed out of him. His legs sagged and he shuddered. He could stand no longer, but he could choose his fall. With all his weight, he slumped upon the blade. Unprepared, Louhi staggered. The edge was turned away from him, and he tore free his fingers. The bright blade leaped out of Louhi's grasp. High it sprang, glittering in the brightness, and over the gap in the stair. A loud clatter sounded from the floor far below. Louhi recoiled with a gasp of pain, clutching at her hand. Elof sagged weakly against the balustrade. Then, recovering, she sought to push past him and seize the helm from the step. But she recoiled abruptly as Gorthar's edge hissed a finger's breadth from her throat. "The cold, no," grated Elof. "But you struck too hard, Louhi. That force, it could capture indeed." He clambered to his feet. Gorthar leveled again at her breast and caught up the Tarnhelm. "And now, woman, in this body of yours you can be hurt. So either you will release Kara." He got no further. With a horrible shriek, she sprang upon him, striking and clawing even with her broken fingers. But by the sheer force of her spring, she ran Gorthar through her left shoulder. Louhi's lips parted in a soundless gasp. She wrenched violently free of the blade. A single spurt of blood drenched her robe and stopped. Fury shrieked out of her, an endless wailing cry of wrath and frustration that rang with deafening force in Elof's ears, that shook the very walls, that overrode the battle's clamor and brought the fighting for a moment to a frozen halt. Elof let fall Gorthar and clapped hands to ears as mirrors and crystals all cracked and shattered and rained down in glistening shards. Louder, stronger swelled the cry, like a rushing wind in the hall, like a blast of bitterest winter that whipped the air full of flying splinters. Asunder flew lead and bar upon the windows. They blasted outwards in an explosion of wood and glass, and through them streamed the wailing wind. Elof, shielding his eyes, saw Louhi's ripped and blood-stained robe billow violently about her, and suddenly float free, rippling and gliding out into emptiness like some eerie creature of the seas, wafting slowly downward. Out of the hall shrieked the sudden wind, and all across the northward rim of the city bells jangled as it passed. Tower tops were toppled and rooftops torn. The wreckage below sparkled suddenly beneath a crust of white rime, and so also the empty stair. Elof, forced down all thoughts save one. In shattering the stair, he had barred that way to the roof. He could find another, or... He retrieved Gorthar and with clumsy fingers set the Tarnhelm upon his head, feeling the metal of the mask icy on his skin, as if from Lohi's touch. He pulled the mail closed across his face, and thought hard, thought of the palace roof, of the gallery round its rim, and the rows of statues. There, among them, he felt something stir. The few lights left seemed to grow dimmer, the shadows stronger, and the sounds of conflict more remote. Yet he was still upon the stair. He cursed. He had made this thing, all save the mask. Could he not now control it? It bore his very name, in both its meanings, in the couplet he had set upon it. Einherr Elof, Hans Steimer, Stalans, Imars, Olnir, Elof. Aloud he murmured the words, while in his mind he summoned up in the same archaic tongue the words for shadow and roof, to add to the cantrip a final line. Istans Nethel, Erand Alt. Darkness and shadow to the height, it is Elof calls you. Blackness slid so suddenly across the eye slits of the helm that he stumbled, fearing himself blinded. His hand found a balustrade of cool stone. A brisk sea breeze rippled the fine knit rings of mail. As well he had left Lohi no time to use the helm, for he stood upon a walkway of worn stones sloped for drainage, in the shadows of a tall statue. In the blink of an eye, he had been carried to the roof, and not 4 strides from him, spear held high as if to strike, stood the figure of Kara. All right, well, we made it through chapter 10. Let's see, what do we got left? I think I'm going to take a quick break, take a quick bio break, rest my voice for just a moment, and then we're going to come back, and I think we're going to finish this tonight. I wish it would tell me the page we were on rather than, like, the numbers it was on or whatever. Because we are at, we're moving into chapter 11. We don't have, we're 5876 out of 6409. Let's see, we moved, so we did about 700, and we have about 600 left to go. 500, just over 500. And that's everything. So yeah, we'll go ahead and finish this out tonight. That sounds like the right thing to do. But like I said, I'm going to take a quick AFK, take a quick break to take a quick bio break and to drink a little bit of water, rest my voice for a moment, and then we'll be back with chapter 11, the appendix, the coda, and everything. We're finishing out this book tonight. Because I couldn't say so earlier, hello, Jeff on a Buffalo, Aelos, if you're still around, hello, hello. I don't, because I record these to put them up on YouTube, I don't stop to acknowledge, vocally when you guys jump into the stream on Storytime streams. But because I'm between chapters, I'm not recording at the moment. So, like I said, let me take a quick break. I will be right back, and we're going to finish this thing.
All right, everyone, I am back. So we're going to get started into Chapter 11 here in just a moment. Just a reminder for those of you guys who may be new here or may not have done so already, this is my YouTube channel that I just posted up. Excuse me. I post all of the chapters that I do on these Tuesday story times to my YouTube channel. So you can go in there and find all of the previous chapters of The Forge in the Forest. You can find this is book 2 of the trilogy. You can find all of the chapters from The Anvil of Ice, which was book 1 of the trilogy. And of course, after this, I will get all of these chapters posted up as well. Chapter 10 will be posted. Chapter 11 is going to get posted. I will do a separate of probably the coda and the appendix all together that I will do separately as a posting up there. And so if you have not done so already, if you could do me the favor of going out there and subscribing to my YouTube channel, it helps it to grow and it helps it to, hopefully get more viewers into it. I would appreciate it. For those of you who don't know, subscribing to a YouTube channel is free, and it just helps me out by that click. And of course, for anybody who might be interested, feel free to share any of them that are out there, share the YouTube channel. Again, it helps me to grow that venue as opposed to just my Twitch channel, which, many of you know me from. My Storytime streams are, of course, different from the story times that I do during my MechWarrior Online nights or my Stompy Mech nights. All of those are BattleTech only focused, so I don't do BattleTech books outside of there unless I get a special request of one that may not get read during normal Stompy Mech nights. Then we can talk about it. I will do separate things here. Likewise, if you, there's one more book in this trilogy that is my plan to read next. If there is something that you guys would like me to add to my Storytime queue of upcoming books to be read, please feel free to message me on my Discord. Feel free to message me through Twitch, through YouTube, through however you need to. Put it into chat on any of these streams. And I will take under advisement as future books to read on my Storytime streams. But now let's go ahead and dive back into The Forge in the Forest. And we'll start into Chapter 11. So let me get that back up here. Chapter 11. The mold is broken. But now the spear point was not turned against him. Over the balustrade it pointed, down into the square below, where the bloody surf of battle raged and roared against the palace wall. But he saw it looked ill. What he saw looked ill. The bulk of the fighting was outside the palace now, which meant the assault was being driven back. There indeed was Kermorven, mustering a ragged line for another charge against the uneven shield wall commanded by a tall man in bright armor. But all around the heart of the battle, smaller struggles raged, little knots of fighters swirling this way and that in a mad crush. Forward surged the line. The shield wall broke at its center, where Kermorven led the charge. But Brihon was there at once, the great axe flashing as it cut a terrible swath through Kermorven's men. The edges of the shield wall had held, and now they curved round across the square to trap the front lines of city folk. Kermorven was falling back hastily, attempting to regroup once more. It could not last. Even Elof, unversed in war, saw that. In the end, the iron discipline of the Ekwesh would be the deciding factor, and that flowed from the fanatical strength of will Kara was pouring into them, as he might into some work on his forge to give it unity and strength. With every moment that passed, the appalling slaughter grew worse. Elof knew he had no choice. He looked at the slender shape, dim against the last of the dark, swallowed, and reached for his hammer. But that lay somewhere under the rubble of the stairway below. So much the worse. He raised Gorthar and sprang forward. She became aware of him even as he leaped, and swung round with unhuman speed. He had aimed for the spear. The shield was suddenly there to take the blow, and he half expected it to be immovable as a mountain, the black blade to shatter against it like obsidian. But it was the shield that broke. It split, slid down, and went clattering over the balustrade. Off balance, as startled as he was, Kara half stumbled from the rail and down upon the walkway, and Elof flung himself against her. The arm that held the shield stiffened to strike, and dropping Gorthar, he seized that wrist in both hands and forced it down against the edge of the roof. "Kara!" he gasped. "It's me, Elof! Stop this, Kara! Stop the slaughter now!" The spear wedged against the balustrade and would move no further. The strain on the hand grasping it must be terrible now. The mailed figure threshed against him, and it took all his strength to hold her. "Lohi compels you no more. I've driven her off. She's wounded and fled. If you ever truly... Kara, please!" The fingers slipped from the spear. He seized it, was about to toss it aside when her legs doubled up under him, caught him in the stomach, and catapulted him back against the sloping roof behind. The spear flew from his hand and rattled off down the leads. Kara sprang to her feet. She could dash past him and reach it. But she limped, hobbling against the silver fetters on her ankles, and the spear rolled out into emptiness. With a shrilling cry, she seemed to fall forwards, her cloak spreading out along her arms. Then they were slender arms no longer, but wide black wings, and a huge swan with gloss black plumage sprang from the roof and swooped after the spear. What then? Who would she serve when she caught it? Elof clapped both hands to the helm. He was terrified, but there was nothing else he could do. Let him think of a shape, and it masks his own. The wings he thought of were black also, and wider yet. The shudder that ran through him was fiery, climactic to the point of pain. Again, night descended upon his eyes, and when they cleared, he was sweeping down the wind. Like the times he had ridden fast it felt, with his cloak streaming out behind him. But here the cloak was part of him, and his steed the rushing airs of dawn. How often he had seen the great condors wheel about the upper airs, and madly envied them their serenity and freedom. Now it was his, and he gloried in it, forgetting for a moment all human concerns. But then below him, out over the harbor, he saw a black swan wheel with a shining spear clutched tight in its claws. With a cry of sheer joy, he kicked his clawed feet forward, curved his wing closer to his side, and swooped down upon her. She was not expecting him, that was clear. She saw nothing till his shadow enveloped her. His cruel talons raked the spear shaft and dashed it from her, seized her by the wing root and bore her downward. Struggling, they fell as one, and below them the bright spear point twisted and dwindled till a pale splash sprang up from the dark harbor waters. The wing in his claw gave a convulsive leap, and suddenly it was no longer there. Something sleek and narrow shot from his grasp and slid into the water after it. So startled was he that he had no time to break his dive. The water rushed up to meet him, gray as stone and little less hard. In one last instant of panic, an image leaped into his mind, and he felt no impact as that surge of fire again passed over him. The green gloom opened before his eyes, and he saw the gleaming flanks of the shape that dived down away from him. But his body was long and lithe now, ribbon-lithe, and he sped after it, the bubbles of his breath streaming past his nose. This shape was more natural to him, more of a size with his own, and it brought back memories of sitting on rocks above the bay of his home village, watching the long, sleek sea otters sporting and feeding in the shallow swell. As they had sought shells, so his eyes sought the spear, a point of brightness in the miry bottom. But over it shot a shape larger than the one that had tumbled from his grasp, caught it up, and surged away from him at a speed even he could not match. Like a spear itself it seemed, or the broad head of a crossbow bolt. And yet he had no doubt it was her. Its flanks still gleamed like the mail she had worn, with air bubbles trapped in the fur. Strange how appearances were preserved. Was there something about him, clad in long body and blunt head, that she also could know? But he had to stop her. She was heading for the surface too fast. He thought back to his childhood once again, into the high leaping shapes painted in black and white upon the walls of the headsman's house. This time there was scant pleasure, great pain. This was the hardest of all. His muscles clenched in cramps, his back arched, and suddenly he felt himself break surface, streaming water, and the breath blast out of him and roar inward with explosive force in the instant before he surged under once more. His eyes were dimmed, but the rising gleam caught it clearly. He kicked out with his powerful tail, feeling the water fountain behind him and eddy around the high, thin fin on his back, and saw the seal break surface just ahead of him. It saw him also, twisted in terror, and kicked out with the tail fin around which silver gleamed, turning for the shallows. But it could no more avoid him in this predatory form than a man outrun a landslide. He kicked out again, heaving his sleek bulk upwards, and like a toppling hill indeed he slid down upon his quarry. He felt the gape of his great-toothed jaws close neatly round the spear shaft and pluck it free, felt it bend and distort in their inexorable grasp, and at last splinter and snap like a green stick. He spat it out, and saw the ruined thing sink down into the deeper waters of the harbor channel. A shadow passed over his eyes, wide wings of blackness, and with a mighty thrust he rose from the waters as if to pluck her down. But the swan wheeled away from him in the air, and he toppled clumsily back. This time he was scarcely aware of thought. Again the fire passed over him, and suddenly he was beating up from the water's surface on black swan's pinions of his own, gliding towards her in the air. Would she understand? Would she believe? By different roads we reach the same end. What is in your nature, I have made mine by my craft. We are alike, you and I. Out to sea she might have flown, northward perhaps, or even eastward, out into the trackless ocean. But he turned her away from there, the wind chill on damp plumage, and back
back down towards the palace once again, down to the roof whence they had come. She might have struggled longer. Did she come now of her own will? Or did she seek to trick him again? In among the statues they flew, he close behind her, right to the spot whence they had come. It was a close landing. Confusion and a clumsy impact, and a flare of fever played over him. But by then, he was already himself, dazed and winded, sprawling there upon the roof a few paces from Kara. Gorthar lay at his fingertips, as if he had simply fallen there in springing after her, and no weird change had ever come upon him. But he could feel the sting of salt drying upon his cheek, and the light of dawn was now stealing swiftly up the sky. The roar of battle burst up from below, and in dire dread he hauled himself up against the rail, clinging to some ancient's sculpted robe. But when he saw what passed below him, though the square was a place of carnage, his heart filled with a flaming joy. For even as he watched a sweeping assault of city folk burst against the shield wall of the Eqwesh, with a cry like the angry sea, and now like the sea they washed over it, the painted shields toppled before them and were borne down. In scant moments the black-clad ranks dissolved, hewn and beaten down by the sheer force of a wrathful folk whose fettered hearts had at last been set free, whose foes had lost the force that underpinned their belief. Men they were still, brave men, but they knew themselves deserted by all that they had served. From iron order they became a milling, desperate mass, fighting only to escape from the square, and so being scoured from it piecemeal. Only around Brihon Brihuren, last symbol of that service left them, did they gather and rally, and stave off the doom that closed around. His armor shone cold in the first gray light, bright as a fragment of the very ice itself, and the fall of his axe clove those foolhardy enough to challenge him as the ice the land it passed over. But into the very center of those die-hard Eqwesh struck a charge of their foes as arrow into target. And at that arrow's tip were three before whom no Eqwesh stood. The knot broke, and this way and that they fled, crazed with despair, and cast themselves over the steep sides of the square, or stood at bay with screams of meaningless defiance, and were struck down with ease by the citizens. And in an open space upon the steps, Kermorven and Brihon came face to face at last, and Brihon had his true wish. Though both were weary, like men fresh and young they fought, the great axe whistling in the air as it chopped and cut at Kermorven, seeking ever to force him to a false footing upon the worn stair. But his sword was light in his hand, and as Brihon's strokes passed, it bit and stabbed at him so fast he was forced to parry with the long axe haft. Showers of sparks flew up, for it was bound all in rings of steel. But Elof knew well the strength of that grey gold sword, and the arm behind it, and guessed what must soon happen. So evidently did Brihon, for as Kermorven thrust hard at him, he changed the way of his stroke with amazing swiftness, and let its own impetus whirl him around. Abruptly, he was no longer in the path of the thrust. Kermorven lost his balance, stumbled to his knee on a lower step, and Brihon whirled right about and hewed down with fearsome speed at the back of his unprotected neck. Kermorven could not throw himself out of the path of that terrible blow. He threw himself under it instead, straight against Brihon's feet. The axe hissed past Kermorven, and at the same moment his legs kicked straight, carrying him to his feet. The axe crashed into the stone and shattered in flying splinters. Brihon toppled over Kermorven's rising shoulders and crashed down upon it in a jangle of metal. The gray sword flashed skyward, and with the first rays of the rising sun, it fell upon that bright armor, and deep as the sun into clear ice, it struck it through. Metal clashed and screamed. Brihon convulsed. His limbs jerked at that impaling stroke, and the chain was broken indeed. Kermorven plucked free his sword, and Brihon, in agony, rolled over onto his back. In the silence that had fallen, Elof heard him mouthing, snarling, but could make out no words, if words there were. He folded suddenly, clutched at himself, then his hand came free with a broad dagger, and he rose on his knees and lunged at Kermorven's midriff. Kermorven's sword crashed down once again, and passed point down between Brihon's armored collar and his neck. He fell back, head downward upon the steps, shuddering. A great rush of scarlet stained the tangled beard, spread out in a wide pool upon the steps, and he was still. A deafening cheer arose from the square around, and the crowd rushed forward. Slowly, shakily, Kermorven sat down upon the steps and put his head in his hands. Elof turned slowly away, at once glad and sickened, and in a sudden flood of horror realized he had forgotten Kara. He looked up and was startled to see her only a pace or two from him, her brown eyes wide beneath her salt, straggled hair. What had she lingered to watch? The battle or him? Clumsily, he put out a hand to her, and like a wild creature, she started back. "Kara!" he croaked, and she sprang back another pace. He stepped forward and tripped over Gorthar. The helm slipped over his eyes, and he heard her halting footsteps stumble back further. He wrenched off the helm and stuffed it into his tunic, picked up the sword and sheathed it. But still, Kara backed away, her full lips trembling, and suddenly, coming to a low doorway, she whirled and sprang down it. In panic, Elof dashed after her. If once she got out of his sight, she could assume any shape. And how would he ever find her then? The door led down a short stair into an upper corridor of the palace, richly appointed but with an air of neglect in recent years. The rich hangings on the walls had a faint smell of mildew about them. Kara was hobbling along ahead of him, staggering along the walls in desperate flight. The sight plucked at his heart. Why had she changed so from the brief moments they had shared before, when she had seemed to return his love? Now she seemed to fear him, the last thing he would have. His heart felt as empty as these unhappy halls, and he cried out her name as she fled, as he saw her turn a corner and vanish through a wide doorway. Round its heavy pillar he whirled, and found himself in a wide and airy room, a bedchamber with an open balcony beyond. Tall brazier still burned there, that had warded off the night's chill. Beyond it, on that balcony with her back to the balustrade, bedraggled in her mail, stood Kara, gazing at him with the same fierce, feral look.
Don't go, Kara. Don't flee. Did I not do as you bade me? I follow the dawn, Kara, and dawn is here. And I did as I promised, she said quietly, though many a time I had to break away in pain to do it, and endure punishment after. Did you not see my wings? Often, he said, and grateful I am, and grieved at your pain. But could you not have come closer? That fleeting vision brought me as much foreboding and fear as comfort. Fear and foreboding is the lot of mortals who mingle with powers, she said. That I would spare you. Why? Because you love me? Because I, too, have been caged so long. She was shivering now. I would have no more bonds, nor wish them upon others. If I have learned one thing in all this long year's journeying, Kara, is that we all must bear the bonds of our own selves. In that, men and the powers are alike. Come no closer, she gasped. You know me for a warrior of the powers, and you would dare match yourself against me? You would still dare speak of loving me? A breathless laugh bubbled in Elof's breast. I would. I have loved you since first I looked upon you. And if you are of no common sort, nor, it seems, am I. For you would not be the first of your kind I have matched myself against. Have I not broken the will of one great power in the heart of his domain, and gone up against another in body and bested her also? And by the craft that burns within me, have I not won for myself arts scarce short of your own? Strength that outmatched you at the test? Though I saw well that you never sought in any shape to harm me, Kara. You loved me, as I you. And none of these deeds I dare boast of, not even the blood of Vade that may run in my veins. Nothing would make me worthy of you if that simple truth did not. I'm told that men have loved the powers before, Kara. But those powers must also have loved men. He stepped closer, came up to her upon that bright balcony, and she stiffened. Her body tautened. But she made no move to flee. The silver chain at her ankles, he stared at it with hatred. I have no forge nor hammer to hand, but let us see. And he caught up his gauntlet and thrust his mailed hand into the brazier. The dancing flames sank, the coals crackled and dimmed, the glowing metal blackened and dewed the cold. He who made this bond I cast down. She who willed it has fled me. Shall mere metal stand against my will? I have seen the sun's warmth melt the ice itself. He clamped his gauntlet hard about the fetters. For an instant, they seemed to drink in the intensity of heat. And then suddenly they shattered. Kara's legs quivered, and he caught her as he rose. He stripped off the gauntlet and reached out with hands that trembled to clasp the cold mail at her shoulders. Would you destroy me? She whispered desperately. Would you shatter my fair reflection upon the dark stream? He shook his head gently. I would only drink of its waters, Kara, and slake a thirst ere it consumes me. I am wreathed about in fires. If I were to drown in it, I could ask no more. He bent his head and kissed her, and smiled inwardly as he tasted salt upon her lips. Then he did indeed start, as at a sudden burning, and he clutched her close, slid his hands from shoulder down across the smooth mail of her back, felt her firm breasts flatten against him, and leap as she gasped. "Here also there is flame," she breathed, her eyes wider, wilder than ever, an abyss of darkness beneath him. "With all the force of my being, I could crush you in my arms, drink of you, burn you, consume you. Elof, would you? Dare you? Do you not fear the madness that comes upon me?" He threw back his head and laughed. "Ah, since when did a smith fear a flame?" Then suddenly his laughter turned to a cry of shock, for the mail he caressed caved inward and fell away to emptiness in his grasp. Dazed, he let it fall and jingle upon the polished stone, and stepped back from it, bewildered. Of her feather cloak there was no sign. The sky above was empty. The room, there was a cloak, draped flat like counterpane across the bed. With a tingle of anticipation, he threw it back. But beneath it there was nothing save a sheet of creamy silk. For a moment he stared at it, and then he saw the gleam that flowed within it, as though true smithcraft, and he laughed again, and shed his own soiled tunic and hose, and lay down upon it. Under his hands it squirmed and surged, and was Kara again, her own laughter warm in his ear. "You wrong yourself in silk," he told her. You are smoother far to the touch." She gasped deeply then, and he kissed her from throat to pulsing breast, and pulled her to him. "But if it were purest folly," he whispered, as his hands flowed over her. "If I were unworthy of you, if it meant death for me and everlasting doom, still I would venture it and go rejoicing down into the dark." "Rejoicing," she whispered, guiding his fingertips, matching touch for touch. "Rejoicing into the dark." Then she closed his lips with her own and came to him. It was full day when they went together down through the stairs and corridors of the palace, and out of the broken doors. The dead had been moved from the square and the streets below, although the stones were still dark with blood. Thus darkened, as later chroniclers have related, they were ever to remain, for so deep into the stone had the stain sunk that a century of rains could scarcely lessen it. And as Plen Curau, the square of shed blood, it was evermore known. "But it is a blazon of honor," said Kermorven, "for though 1,000 and more have fallen today, yet by that sacrifice they have saved many thousands more. And of the Ekwesh, not one alive remains, and their masters are dead or vanished." It was a great crowd he addressed, for almost the whole folk of the city had come swarming now into the square, and it was the sound of his voice that had summoned Elof down. Rock and Ills were beside him, and Errol, the chamberlain, and they would have run in joy to greet Elof, save that they saw Kara on his arm, and halted in astonishment. But Kermorven smiled, and such a look of relief settled on his hard and wounded features as was seldom seen there. Calmly he nodded to Elof, as one who sees his confidence confirmed, and turned back to the crowd.
A new day dawns for Morvanik, and you must take counsel that it be a day of growth and healing.
We need no counsel, called a voice out of the far ranks of the crowd, a deep voice that Elof seemed almost to know.
Lord of the West, you have proven your right, and taken already what is yours. You are the rightful lord.
And the crowd echoed him in a joyous chant that seemed to spread all across the city, till it rang in the very peal of the bells.
A king, the Lord Carmarvin from the west, he is our king. King Karen, he lives. We have a lord once more again, a rightful king. Karen the king, hail, all hail.
But although the words had been in all their hearts, nobody remembered which man it was spoke first, and none there present would ever admit to it. So it is set down, but the chronicler adds that Elof had his suspicions. But Carmarvin's face remained stern and unyielding under the dried blood that had flowed down one side of his long nose and matted the stubble of his jaw.
A proper prize stood it in the gift of the powers of life themselves. Yet surely you offer it too lightly. Little do you know of me as yet. Therefore, learn now my will. Last lord of the line of Morven am I, and that I shall remain. Let its name lie quiet with its ruins. And so also the division and strife that marred its end. Of a realm so torn, I could never be king.
The crowd murmured and gazed at one another in dismay. Carmarvin smiled faintly.
But, if you so wish, I might be the first lord of the line of Morvenhall, Morven arisen. For so I would see this city now named, and the country and realm in which it stands. For I would have us work together with all folk of good will, of whatever race and kin, that it shall rise indeed to be a lasting bastion against the evils of the ice.
The wash of sound rolled over him once more, and a tide of feeling that did not draw back. He paused a moment. His face grew grim once more.
Aye, you cheer, and that is well. But to cheer a fair hope is little effort. Will you also endure as gladly the pangs of bringing it to birth? For pangs there must be. From the west that is doomed through folly, I shall summon those wise enough to come, and from kindreds of men that you can scarcely guess at as yet. All these strangers you shall receive to dwell among you. Greet them as gladly as if the kin you have lost this night, and in the sorrows of the last years are returned. So shall the dwindling of your numbers be halted, so something of your loss be restored, and so ancient follies shall be buried, time-worn, sundering, healed.
The crowd was silent now, yet the air quivered as it might in the first breathless advent of a storm. Carmarvin surveyed them calmly, his blue-gray eyes lofty and remote.
Thus far my word is as steel. I shall brook no lessening of it. Here and now I will hear you swear to obey it always, in hard times as in good. And should you turn against that oath, even only once, city and land shall see me no more, and you may fend for yourselves thenceforth. To me you shall swear, and to these my companions, and to rule the chamberlain. For they shall be my lords and counselors, and you shall hearken to their words as I do. On these terms only shall I accept this." He touched the crown gently, "and all that goes with it. Well, do I have your oath?" With many words, but one voice, the crowd roared, a thunder of affirmation that started the very gulls from the distant shore. Arul, his white cloak blowing, stood contemplating the uproar with an air of kindly detachment. "My lord," he said mildly, "you were wounded in the face, I see. Better that you have taken care and worn your helm." Before Kermorvan could move, the old chamberlain had clapped the bright thing upon his head, the scepter in his palm, and now the crowd erupted. "A fine coronation," laughed Kermorvan, when he could be heard again. "To take a man unawares, indeed. For my ancestors' sake, we will have to have something more formal one day. But for now—" Kermorvan nodded, and a great tension drained out of him. "It is well. And for that, may the powers of life gaze with favor upon our city." He looked then at Elof and Kara and smiled, "for surely they move among us this day." He raised the scepter and pointed. Over the harbor 2 great ravens flew up, circling in the eye of the risen sun, and as the free folk of Morvenhall watched them, they wheeled away far out across the gilded ocean, as if they would seek out its easternmost shores. All right, and we made it to the end of the book, so we'll momentarily get into the coda and the appendix. Let's see, how much do we have? How much do we have left here? What would you do for a Klondike bar? It's rather warm in here. I would do quite a bit for a Klondike bar at the moment. Let's see, we're at 95%, 6071 out of 6409. All right, we'll get into that last little bit. I'm going to open up my back window. I had to stop there in the middle and open up the window next to me because it's just sweltering in here right now. Hopefully get a little cross breeze in here as we finish this out. All right, everyone, we're now going to get into the coda and the appendix. Coda. At the end of the Book of the Helm is set down only that many a long year of happiness lay ahead for him and his love, and for their friends. Yet the years may not be as neatly closed as a chronicle, for during this very time the snows were massing upon other summits far away, and sundering and suffering were to follow. But also to come, as the Book of the Armring recounts, were the deeds which won Elof Valentor final renown as the mightiest of all magesmiths amid the dark days of the ancient winter of the world. Appendix. Of the land of Bracehall, its form, nature, and climate, and of its peoples and their several histories, such as are set forth in that volume of the Winter Chronicles called the Book of the Helm. The Book of the Helm, being the account of a single immense journey, is more easily rendered into a coherent tale than its predecessor, the Book of the Sword. No less living a voice sounds from its pages. Yet, as before, there remain many instances where much of interest is omitted, and much included that, however fascinating, is irrelevant. For the tale's sake, a balance must be found. A brief account of the most important aspects is therefore included here.
Though it can do no more than sketch in some details and guess at others, it may at least drive back a little the shadows cast by time upon the great deeds of an age that is gone. The land. In the years of the long winter, the extent of the land of Bracehall was very great, a vast continent that stretched some 1,000 leagues from ocean to ocean across the northern world. The journey of Olaf Valantor and his companions took them from the southwestern to the northeastern coasts, an even greater distance, and through a range of the diverse lands and climes it then held. For the most part, of course, it was forest. Yet within that forest, there were as many variations as in the lands about its boundaries. The land of Taunla. The first of these beyond the Menethskahes, the Shield Range which marked the border of the Westlands, was the sinister realm of Taunla. For the most part, seems to have consisted of 3 regions. The northernmost of these appears to have resembled today's Arctic desert, and was seen by the travelers only briefly, at the entrance of Morven in the Withered Marches, and in a much narrower region at their eastern escape from the ice. Below this opened up a region of tundra, bleak grassland underlaid with thick layers of frozen water known as permafrost, whose expansion can often cause the hummocky deformations of the land mentioned. Between this and the forest, and perhaps extending into it, was a region of taiga, a slightly warmer, often swampy country in which patches of woodland can often still grow. Permafrost may still occur in taiga regions, but more sporadically. To judge by the state of the ground the travelers found in springtime, however, the climate was swiftly worsening, and the tundra gradually encroaching on the taiga, which would bear out Corentin's gloomy prediction. The land they came into after their escape from the ice was some leagues further south, and save for the immediate area around the ice, a much more usual form of southern tundra or taiga landscape. Its sudden burgeoning in spring is characteristic. However, the land there may have been unusually rich, for desert, tundra, and taiga were all relatively recent arrivals. Before the coming of the ice, all the east of Taunla had once been the Mor Guror, the green gold sea, the infinite southern grain fields of Morven. The open lands. Beyond the western margins of Taunla, the river Gorlafros flowed down from the ice into the open lands. In the north, these were a bleak and empty country of hill and moor, much the same on both banks. It was as if the chill of the meltwater that fed the river tainted and impoverished the soil, and it may be that there also the permafrost was spreading. But the worst of the taint, perhaps, was carried by outflows westward through the shield breach into the marshlands, and thence to the cleansing ocean. For south of the breach, the western bank of the open lands grew more fertile, until they gave way to the wooded country which the Duergar claimed as their own, and on the eastern bank the true forest flourished. The forest. Here, growing in temperate, hilly country, it was much like its lesser western arm, Aethenic, but eastward, as one approached the Meneth Aethen, the land grew somewhat lower, the climate warmer and moister, and the forest ever taller and more dense, as plant and tree struggled and competed towards the life-giving light, as they do in the selva, or tropical rainforest. However, the types of trees described clearly belong to cool, temperate forests. It seems, therefore, that the ecology of the whole central forest must have been of a kind almost extinct in the world today, the temperate rainforest. It may be significant that it was within this ceaseless ferment of growth, fed by a constant cycle of rain and mist, that Tapaya was at his strongest, and that it was an ill clime for civilized men. It was no accident that Lais Arvalen was sited on higher ground, the foothills of Meneth Aethen. These mountains were the only break in the rainforest, supporting a drier and sparser coniferous woodland that continued high up into the slopes of the range. Yet their effect on rainfall patterns may have helped sustain it. Then, as now, they must have been the tallest mountains in that land, and a terrible obstacle to travelers, though one would not guess it from the brief account of the crossing the chronicles supply, or from the extent to which the forest is shown to dominate them. Evidently, the forest served the travelers as guide, for where it could grow unbroken, the easiest passes must be, and spared them the dangers of the greater peaks. But their worries about food are no exaggeration. Even for such hardened wanderers, the crossing must have lasted many long days. Beyond the Menethaiathan, the land once again grew flatter, and in the central and southern regions the rainforest returned to dominance. In the far south, the forest is said to have become more like the complex tropical selva. But if the travelers ever went into that region, it must have been in hunting parties from Lis Arvalan, for nothing is recorded. It is known that this jungle very soon thinned out into the wastes. These began as arid scrubland, not unlike the utmost south of Brihane, but without the rivers and coastal range that kept that land fertile. And, as in Brihane, after no great distance, the scrubland gradually dwindled to bare and searing desert, save where the great rivers of the east flowed to the sea. Such relatively swift progressions were undoubtedly a product of the glacial compression of climatic zones, described in Volume 1. The wastes were no better places for men than the chill deserts of the north, although, like them, they were not without other inhabitants. The Eastern Lands. The eastern mountains were not as high as either the Menethskahas or the Menethaiathan, but, contrary to what almost everyone seems to have assumed, they proved to be, if anything, a more effective natural barrier, not only to the physical spread of the ice, but also to its equally lethal climactic effects. They ran at sharp angles to the ice, and somewhat further south. It had reached only their northernmost peaks, and would have required an immense effort to spread further into warm climes, without snow caps to act as its vanguard. Most important of all, however, they were very broad. The fell winters wind-borne from the ice, which had so diminished both the harvests and the spirits of the people of Morven, could scarcely cross them. More, they rose in a series of stepped ridges, which broke the impact of the ill winds, and made them spend their furies upon barren peaks instead of the rich land beyond. So it was that the Eastlands were shielded by land, and their coasts were well warmed by sea currents. But amid the shock of Morven's fall, few if any realized this, or saw the Eastlands as a potential successor to that great realm. This was a legacy from the early days. Morvanik was the first settlement of men in Bracehall. From there, they had set out to discover the apparently more attractive lands west of the mountains, and founded Greater Morven. Morvanik had dwindled as the fortunes of its descendant grew. When Morven was at its height, it had become little more than a quiet and underpopulated port of passage for produce from the sea and the provincial farmlands. Even its princes spent more time in Morven, necessarily so as the threat from the ice appeared. Corentin Rudri was thought unusual in his care for Morvanik's interests. In this he was prompted by Vade, who had a real affection for the town, and that is why his statue was set in the place of most honor by the harbor. Vade may have been as far-sighted in this as in other matters, for although they had been bypassed for the lands of Morven, the Eastlands were potentially just as fertile. But craggy contours and woodland cover had made the Eastlands more suitable for a variety of smaller farms, rather than the rich monoculture the Southrons preferred. The plains of Morven were flatter and easier to cultivate. Perhaps also the power of Tapaiau was then stronger in the eastern woods, and his terrors guarded the trees. Certain it is that to the northern folk also the great expanses of hill and mountain north of the waters, more thinly wooded, seemed more attractive places to settle. But with these lost, the Eastlands had much to offer. The floodplains of the many rivers could yield ample grain and soft grazing, and the low hills around rich pastures, while steeper slopes offered hill-hardier grazing, great store of timber, and the hunting that the northerners had excelled in since the days of Caris. The sea also was rich, since the ice had driven much of its life further south, but only after the founding of the realm of Morvenhall was the wealth of the East recognized and turned wisely to account. The ice. The accounts of the ice in the Book of the Helm reflect a very different aspect of it from the cramped valley glacification Elof and Kermorven previously crossed. Here, for the first time, Elof encountered the true ice sheet and the massive walls of winter, the Fasguaith, the glacial cliffs that spearheaded its terrifying advance. Ill's description of ice movement is, as one would expect from the Duergar, substantially correct, particularly in seaboard climates such as the City by the Waters enjoyed. However, it is somewhat oversimplified. Many other factors may speed up or slow down glacial advance. One such is known as basal slip. The sheer weight of ice may melt a thin film of water below the glacier, upon which it may slide forward with greatly reduced friction. Exactly the same principle as skaters use, concentrating their body weight into thin knife edges. The rather incoherent account of Morven's fall attributed to Cornton may suggest something of what this effect could achieve over an already frozen smooth surface. Some areas of the modern Antarctic ice sheet are afloat on buried lakes. Another factor is the season. Oddly enough, the ice sheet may have advanced more quickly in summer than in winter. In colder weather, the pressure melting may lessen and the glacier freeze more firmly to the ground beneath. This slows its advance, but makes it vastly more damaging, carrying away vast blocks of hard rock. Many mountains were leveled, and the majority of major lakes excavated in this fashion. The debris, borne along on or ahead of the glacier wall, created rockfalls such as the one where Raven left the travelers, and is generally known as glacial till. Meltwater. Equally accurate is the description of meltwater effects. The sheer force of the water in such outflows is astonishing, and is often aided by the large amounts of rock debris they carry, which grinds away the ice in its path. They may flow over the glaciers or out from underneath, and in doing so create tunnels even larger than the travelers found, up to some 250 feet across. The water pressure has been known to slant them upslope, as Ill suggests. Often they carve deep channels in the surrounding rock. Volcanic action under a glacier, often triggered by its pressure on the rock, can result in a truly explosive outburst, an erupting torrent of water and debris known in Iceland as Jökulhlaup. The King's Hill, Morven. Such isolated outcrops as this are, in fact, not uncommon in ice sheets. Their technical name is Nunatak. The ravaged surface is characteristic. Its sudden flowering, however, is equally probable. Many species of small plants and even insects have been found thriving on Nunataks, perhaps sustained by the concentration of sunlight reflected off the surrounding ice. It has even been suggested by some theorists that they acted as refuges for many subarctic species during glacial glaciations, but this is uncertain. It was probable the existence of the hill gates that helped preserve the catacombs so well by allowing a flow of dry, cold air along the passages. Grave goods and tombs in the Andes and elsewhere have been similarly preserved. The maps. As the Book of the Sword made clear, the people of the western lands of Bracehall had grown very insular in the 1,000 years since the fall of Kerbrahine. For the kindreds of men, all that lay east of the Meneth Skahas was a memory of loss, grief, and dangers almost beyond comprehension, and they chose to blot it from their minds and keep no maps. They thought never to return. The Duergar were less blinkered, but age upon age had passed since their first flight west, and they also had expected never to go back. The map accompanying the first volume represents the approximate extent of even their knowledge, and it had grown vague and general. Thus, Kermorvan's journey was in every sense an exploration, and he knew little or nothing of what the lands and conditions he might expect to find. Only on this second map is the full extent of Bracehall shown, or rather, Bracehall free of the ice. For the rest of that great land lay dead and buried for a long age, and longer yet was it to pass ere it saw the sun's light once more, and, as with the long dead, its aspect then was sadly changed. Some corrections have been made in the map. The full southward extent of the Meneth Skahas, for example, is shown, and the eastward margins of the ice made clearer. For completeness' sake, the main feature of the southeastern lands have been included, though they do not come into this tale. Flora and fauna. The life of the forest lands that dominate the Book of the Helm was undoubtedly much richer and more varied than the Westlands, but for the most part it still resembled modern forms closely enough to need little comment. Alongside them, however, many older and stranger creatures still dwelt, and not always by chance. At times, of course, the descriptions are not close enough to identify properly. For example, the flock of small birds through whom Tapayao spoke were very probably some variety of warbler, but it is impossible to tell. In one or two cases, however, some telling details can be picked out. Domestic animals. As a rule, these are not described in detail, the authors no doubt assuming that they would be familiar enough to readers, as they are, but a few exceptions remain. Ponies, from Chapter 2. There were many distinct species of horses, small and large, in the land at this time. A few, such as Kermorvan's warhorse, had been introduced from Karis, but most were native and only recently domesticated, if at all. Such the company's mounts must have been, and unusually primitive to have retained the small side hooves mentioned. In most horses of this time, these remnants of the ancestral three-hoofed foot had already dwindled to mere splint bones. It is possible that they were some pony-sized breed of the older genus Hipparion, which was superseded by the more modern genus Equus at around this time. Musk oxen, from Chapter 9. There seems to be no significant difference between these creatures and their modern descendants. The species, Ovibos muschatus, either in appearance or behavior. They are members of the subfamily Caprinae, or goat antelopes, a hardy group which flourished particularly during the long winters, and in the case of the musk ox and its little-known cousin, the takin, grew to relatively giant size. It is, however, possible that this growth was a product of deliberate breeding by the Duergar, and perhaps even the species as such descended from one or another of the varieties of mountain-adapted goats they kept. Certainly, the musk ox takes more quickly to limited domestication than many other species. Wild animals. Giant horses, Chapter 2. The chance reference to these creatures is in fact borne out by other books of the Chronicles. Such beasts undoubtedly existed. Almost certainly they were of the species Equus giganticus, one of the wild strains native to Bracehall, rather than brought by men from Karis, and larger than any horse now living. Once they ran wild over the grasslands of Morven, and their strength, fierceness, and untamability became proverbial. Their herds must have been an awesome sight. In latter days, some might still be found among other wild horses in the open lands, where predators were few, hence Kermorven's confidence about the ponies. Giant Deer, Chapter 4. These were undoubtedly true deer, Cervidae, but not the most famous giant form, the so-called Irish elk, Megaceros. It was never found in these lands. From the description, particularly the pendulous muzzle and cupped palmate antlers, the huge moose cervalis is a more likely candidate. Its antlers might have a span up to 12 feet. Dagger Teeth, Chapter 4. These fierce predators are more fully described than before, so they can be firmly identified as saber-toothed cats, and members of the long-toothed Macharodontae, rather than the scimitar-toothed Homotherinae. They appear to lack the lower jaw sheaths characteristics of Machadarius itself, and their size, if unexaggerated, is too large for the later form Meganterion. Almost certainly they were the archetypical saber-toothed tiger Smilodon. If so, Kermorven's courage was all the more remarkable. Smilodon stood nearly 4 feet high at the shoulder and far outweighed a genuine tiger. It was the most recent of its species to evolve, and the last. This again argues a relatively recent date for the Winter Chronicles. One Horn, Chapter 7. This is undoubtedly a species of the so-called woolly rhinoceros. The great size, long horse-like body, and single, straight horn suggest Elasmotherium, the largest known rhinocerine species. Its horn alone was about 6 feet long. Its shaggy coat and mane, and the characteristic tuft of beard below the jaw, undoubtedly gave this creature a horse-like appearance which is very suggestive. Certain memories of it would make a more credible source of folklore than modern rhinocerines. Others. The huge herbivore whose appearance so startled the company in Chapter 4 is not difficult to name, though it must have been near the north of its range. The shape of head and claw, the diet, and the dermal armor beneath a shaggy pelt identify it as one of the family Mylodontidae, the later giant ground sloths, and probably of the species Glossotherium, because no other flourished in these lands. Specimens of the skin have survived, complete with bony nodules which could well have turned arrow shot at long range. The beast that lurked in the catacombs of Morven is much harder to identify. In appearance and behavior, it seems closer to the Mustelidae than the bears, so very probably the travelers were right in thinking of it as some kind of giant wolverine. However, this raises a problem. Such a beast did exist, but millions of years earlier, in the Miocene period. This would make it a startling anachronism in the time of the Chronicles, but not the only one. The powers, and in particular the ice, may well have maintained many such alive in their service long after their day had passed in the rest of the world, harboring them perhaps on or around the Nunataks. If this is so, it raises an intriguing possibility for the Axawan, the lizard thing that in the course of the Book of the Sword surprised Elof and Kermorven in their camp. Its reptilian aspect is hard to reconcile with its ability to survive and function in the cold climate of the Northland Mountains. It might, however, have been a synapsid, or paramammal, a transitional creature ancestral to all mammals, blending reptilian, skeletal, and body traits with the beginnings of mammalian dentition and a warm-blooded physiology. But this family, whose best-known member is a sail-backed Dimetrodon, flourished as long ago as the late Permian, a period, interestingly enough, in which there may also have been severe glaciations. If it was a paramammal, therefore, its line had been kept alive for no less than 225 million years. The forest. The trees and plants of the forest were, as far as can be told, very like modern forms, and where possible, the modern names have been used in the text. It was the ecology in which they grew that was different. The forest might have appeared the richest land in all Bracehall, so vast and so energetic was the growth it bore. Yet, like the modern selva, this great pyramid of life grew from a very delicate foundation. Its ecological cycle was based on swift transmission of water and nutrients, leaving the topsoil beneath neither deep nor rich. Tabayo's fears of the incursions of the ice on one hand, and on the other men, was therefore well-founded. Once frozen, the ground could not support the forest. Once cleared, the forest could not easily re-establish itself. The conflict of forces. In the Book of the Helm, for the first time, the two great forces of the Long Winter came into direct conflict. Smithcraft in the hands of a man, albeit an extraordinary man, against the controlling wills of the powers themselves. And if there is no doubt to whom the first honors went, still there is more to be explained. The powers. The events of the Book of the Helm brought Elof into far closer contact with the steerers of the world than any man in the memory of his times. Though in the Chronicles accounts of others may be found, he learned much of their strengths and weaknesses, and, as the Chronicles suggest, he acquired much of this from Tapaiao. No doubt the wily forest lord, sensing that here was one on whom his usual allurements would have little hold, and divined the thirst for knowledge that was one of Elof's ruling passions, and sought to ensnare him with that instead. For though he might have held men by force, he preferred to give them at least an illusion of choice. The illusions he had woven for himself were the less disturbed thereby. Yet it is improbable that Tapaiao would reveal so much of crucial import about himself and others as freely as the accounts have him do, and all at once. It is more likely that he let fall the information in tantalizing morsels, underestimating perhaps Elof's formidable mind and memory, and his ability to smelt and weld facts and truths as surely as he could metals. Also, many truths that Elof later learnt from Kara may have been placed here by later compilers. For the sake of concision, many interesting speculations that are put into Tapaiao's mouth have had to be omitted from the main text, but as one or two have a bearing on the tale, they are worth repeating here. It concerns Louhi and her need for the Tarnhelm. She was an immensely greater creature of her kind than Kara, and seemed able to shift in and out of human shape at will. Why then could she not assume others as easily? The answer seems to lie chiefly in the great strain the ice put upon her. Human form came easiest to most powers, having the capacity of mind closest to their own, and she had little energy to spare. Yet she now found she had to change, if only to keep up with Kara. The transforming powers of the helm were of a different order, masking rather than reconstituting the shape, and the power in the helm was not hers. Another puzzling aspect of Louhi, or her true self, Taunatar, is her exact relationship to Taun. By some accounts, she was his daughter, but by others, his consort. That is put in the voice of Raven, and carries all the more authority. That Taun had long been reduced to an impotent shadow of his former power, as Tapaiao suggests, is probably true. But the chronicles tell that Tapaiao had less share in that than he made out. The Smithcraft. The accounts of Smithcraft in the Book of the Helm confirm that in those years the sheer science of metalworking reached a height rarely, if ever, equaled, and not only in the remarkable person of Elof himself. The technique he used in the creation of the crown helm is unmistakably that now known as electrolysis or electroplating. This, as the account is careful to make clear, he did not discover for himself, but drew from the ancient lore of his craft. He was, however, probably the first to develop it for fine plating of metals. There is no evidence that the elder folk had anticipated him. In assuming they had ills let slip that patronizing attitude to men typical of even the friendliest Duergar. They did undoubtedly use electrolysis for refining rare metals. Whether human smiths learned this of them or developed it independently cannot be said. If it seems improbable to find electricity known and used in such an otherwise untechnical culture, we should remember that true smithcraft set very different values upon ordinary technology. Also, we should consider the skilled silversmiths of the ancient city of Baghdad on the river Tigris, who in the early years of this century were found electroplating with primitive batteries of copper and iron in ceramic jars of acid. They were assumed to have learned the techniques from the West. There is now reason to doubt this. Among recent archaeological discoveries in the Middle East are small ceramic jars containing copper cylinders plugged with asphalt and containing corroded iron rods. In effect, batteries of much the same kind. They were found in at least 3 sites, all dating from the time of the Roman Empire, and all around the Tigris near Baghdad. There is no doubt that the smiths of Elof's day understood at least something of the nature of electricity, though from a very different standpoint. When Elof set out to reforge his strange inheritance with lightning, he undoubtedly knew what he was doing, though, encouraged by his mysterious visitor, he may have underestimated the appalling risk. But it is likely that little else would have allowed him to straighten so curious a blade. The glimpse he had of its content is curiously reminiscent of modern high-tensile materials such as carbon fiber, which may be highly resistive to heat and impact. He had studied with a Duergar mastersmith, and they, at least, had a very shrewd grasp of the forces at work with matter. Elof, in describing his hammer, shows that he had learned much from them, and in the greatest trial of his life, when all else seemed lost to him, it was this knowledge that was to prove crucial. The Chronicles. Why the Book of the Helm was so named is hard to say, whether for the strange crowned helm that broke the will of a power, or the other, brought back into the world after long ages beneath the ice, like a symbol of renewal and rebirth. But almost certainly it was for the Tarnhelm, second of Elof's youthful creations that were to haunt him throughout his turbulent life, and shape it as he had shaped them. For it was the Tarnhelm that lay behind all the conflicts and struggles of this time, that wrought for him both peril and final triumph, and brought him, in the end, to the fulfilling of his promise and his desire. Well, I'm not sure what had happened to the sound there, what was going on, but hopefully my recording went through. But at least the text was up on the page, hopefully for you guys to be able to read along for anything that you missed. But we have reached the end of The Forge in the Forest. So we read The Anvil of Ice, which came out in 1986. We just finished The Forge in the Forest, which came out in 1987. Next, we will read The Hammer of the Sun, which came out in 1988. I am not doing books 4, 5, and 6. That came out, a decade later. But here are some of the other books that were written by Michael Scott Rohan for anybody who may be interested in checking them out. But it is after midnight. We finished the book, so we have reached the end of our stream for this evening. So as always, let me say thank you to all of you. The greatest gift that you can give to a streamer is a gift of your time. And I appreciate that you guys gave me the gift of yours this evening. Whether it was for 5 minutes or 4 hours. Whichever way, thanks so much for having been here with me. If you have not, I would appreciate it if you could get out there and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Don't worry, it's free. To help me to grow that. All of the chapters of The Anvil of Ice are up there. The Forge in the Forest, all of my previous chapters are up there, and I will get any of them from tonight posted up there in the next couple of days. Normally I try to do it right after stream. It's midnight. I'm dying of heat in here right now. I'm not doing it tonight. But in the next couple of days, I will get them posted up there as well. So that way you guys can catch any of the previous stuff. Next Tuesday, we'll start on The Hammer of the Sun and finish the trilogy as it was meant to be. Tomorrow is Wednesday, so I should have my virtual tabletop game. We had Kingmaker last week, so it should be Abomination Vaults this week. Hope you'll come along to join us. And Thursday, of course, returns us to Stompy Mech Night. Hope you guys all have a wonderful evening, a great rest of your week. Until I do see you again, have a great night, everybody, and I'll see you again soon.